Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, December the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? You can see my screen okay? Excellent. Okay, so little pre-market loss for me. I was trying a short of Kroger. It's an earnings play. And I took it right, where did I take it? Right about here. 30, I think it was 30.91, a little break of the 32. It's an earnings play. Thought it might keep going down and got back up to 31. I took it out. Take a look at it later on, see if it breaks out 31 again, and maybe do a reshort. So a little loss. It was about a 9-cent loss. So what is happening otherwise? Could be an interesting one. LIZI. It's an EV play. They've got some kind of a deal cooking with XPEV, one of the Chinese EVs, automakers. I guess they've got, I can't quite tell if they've got audio equipment or audio content, but anyway, they've signed a deal, got some kind of a deal going with XPEV. So I haven't seen this one, I think, at all in the past. So 33 million in the float, so it's not excessive, it's not super low. But look at the volume already, 22 million. This will easily trade the float today. ENLV. This is a low float. ENLV. This is a low float. 7.6 million in the float. This is actually a virus play. Some positive data. So it is a virus play. Look at the gap. Look at the gap on the weekly. So the next highs are up in this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it definitely has room. This is not shortable for me, so cannot, if I look at a top here, cannot short that. Now, CAAS was alive this morning. It's starting, look at this, 961, so it's already back down to 9. Of course, this was a huge flyer, 2 days ago, well, 2 and 3 days ago, before it really sold off 2 days ago. Maybe it'll resume. They actually had some news also, if I recall, something like 120,000 steering units to, was it LI? One of the Chinese EVs. VERI. Down 13%, 14%. So this was a big last month, a huge move last month, from 9 all the way up to 36. But this is starting to give it up. See if there's any specific news. Okay, public offering. Now I see it. Price is the public offering at $18.50 a share. So this is actually above the offering price, $18.50 a share. Okay, so it's at $20.88. What did it get to? It got down to $18.98. So $18.50 a share. So far, so good. A couple of dollars above. EVK. I missed out on this one. I wanted to get this one, and all of a sudden it just did this. EVK, I don't really see any specific news for it. But it is a very low float, 4 million in the float, 12 million shares already, so it's traded the float over 4 times. The high looking left over here is 676. So I don't see any specific news on it. I don't see, there's got to be something going on. I just don't see any news. In fact, it says the stock is flying on that's back in October. Anyway, I don't know. There's got to be something going on. Palantir, PLTR. This has been a pretty active trader the last few days on the upside and the downside. So PLTR trying to come back a little bit, 3 million shares. Michael's company, MIK, is actually an earnings play. That's a pretty good looking little gap here, but yeah, I mean, it's got to really clear this on the weekly chart. It's not that far away. It's not a low float, 83 million in the float, but so far a decent reaction to earnings for MIK. Flowtech, or not Flowtech, FTEK, I always call it Flowtech, it is not Flowtech. Fuel Tech, again, one of those EV plays. It's not an EV play. I keep thinking it is, but I guess it really isn't an EV play. Regardless, this is what it got up to about 6-7 days ago, $7. And then it's had the slide. Yesterday, kind of the slide was halted for a while. Looks like it's trying to come back. Low float, 17 million in the float. LIZI is starting to make a little move here. Solo's on the way back too. So the EVs are a little bit, got some life in them today. I'm looking at it like NIO and XPEV and LI. They're all kind of rebounding. Let's take a look at NIO specifically. Not much though. I mean, it's only like it's not a big rebound. Let's take a look at XPEV. Yeah, I mean they're rebounding, but not huge. If you're into the more expensive ones, this is an earnings play that just got hammered. Look at Splunk, SPLK, earnings play down 21%, $43. Wow. You know, no inkling that that was going to happen. I mean, look at the trading at the end of the day. The last few hours of the day, it was just sort of steady around 205. And earnings after hours, and just got hammered. Now, I'm a little confused on this 1 for 10. I don't know if this was effective yesterday. If it was effective yesterday, but I'm a little confused about this VIVE. It's a 1 for 10. It seemed when I read it that it was effective yesterday. And now, you know, so because if it's effective today, we would see unless it's been adjusted, unless it's been split adjusted. At any rate, maybe I don't see any news. Yes, okay, so this is actually some news today. Okay, so jumps 19% after FDA clearance for expansion of et cetera, et cetera. So this is legit in terms, this is already split adjusted. I mean, I know it's split adjusted. It's a 1 for 10. So this stock was obviously like a 58 or a 47-cent stock a couple of days ago. But they do have some news. Trying to juice this a little bit. VIVE. Oh, give me a moment here. I don't see the offering so far. I don't see the offering yet for Solo. If it is, I mean, it's certainly reacting interesting. AMC, yes, I do see an AMC offering. I didn't see the price. I see $200 million or shares. 200 million shares, I think. Okay. Well, maybe some of our favorites from a couple of weeks ago, they're having a surge now. So look at Fuel Cell, FCEL. And let's see, NSCO. Now this was just flatlining. It kind of still is. So NSCO, I'm not familiar with this one at all. It appears that they've bought a company, called custom truck or something like that for $1.48 billion. Interesting reaction to that news. 13 million in the float. And EXPR is a big gap down. It's an earnings play. 28%, just a cheap one. Big gap down on earnings. Yeah, and SPCB, I do have that one listed. Actually, I have it listed on my notes. I don't know if I actually got it in there. SPCB, Supercom. Yeah, I mean, as long as it holds, it's over the 200-day, 106. You know, if it can hold over that 200-day, relatively, that's a low float, 14 million in the float. 3 days ago, it got up to 164. Just have to wait and see what happens. I have no idea. RYCEY. It's something, you know, it's obviously some kind of a foreign Rolls Royce. I don't. It's a pink sheet stock, so I have no idea. No idea. And JMIA is continuing to come back. So 3 days ago, it hit 34.50. If it can take that out, it may start to continue to fill in this void. All right, let me quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, a few of each. Let me just get them in here. Tesla upgrade. Tesla upgrade from you-know-who. Maybe you don't know it, from Goldman. Now, work should be, work should actually be, if I'm just sort of reading what you guys are talking about with Salesforce. So if Salesforce price is going up, work's price should be going up. This WDR, I've got here WDR. This is a buyout at 25. Didn't really mention it. I just noticed it has an upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I shall get some of the downgrades in now. One day it'd be nice to see. Now there's Kroger. This is what I was kind of hoping for earlier. Yeah, a bit of a spread here anyway. So I took a little loss on this one in the pre-market. One day I want to see one of these analysts downgrade a stock before earnings. So it's all well and good, Mr. D.A. Davidson, to downgrade SPLK. Why didn't you do it yesterday? Well, I have to admit, there are a ton of downgrades right now for SPLK, a ton of them. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6 of them. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades for briefing.com this morning. UG would be an upgrade, Ken. I'm assuming that somebody else put that in there. Yeah, everything is here. If you go to my home page, I'm sharing all my scans there. And here's the link for my home page, okay? So click on that link and you'll see, well, I'll show you. Click on my homepage link and you will see scans that I share, and including these two, okay? Yeah, Bryant. I mean, and again, I'm always amazed in this day and age, with all the information that's out there. There was no inkling whatsoever. I mean, I'm sure all these people here were thinking, because if they were buying yesterday, they knew they were going to release after hours. No idea it was going to be this devastating, of course, but there was no. I guess what I'm really trying to say is that it's not like in the last hour there was a steady sell-off. I mean, people are just flatlined, really. Yeah, I mean, there's a case in which you could have a stop in place, but you probably could have blown right through. Yeah, so MB, most of my scanners will only work in the once the market opens, because I've got a relative volume filter in there. So I have a question to somebody saying I'm using some of your highs and lows. Nothing will happen in here until the market opens, because if you look, one of my filters is the current volume filter. If you use that and active in the pre-market, you will get no data. That's why I use these two. Okay, so I wouldn't change it. But what I would do, because again, for my homepage, if you want to see pre-market, you can use these two, pre-market actives up and down. Well, I mean, WWR, I mean, it's up to you still. I mean, it's still a little bit above the trigger price of 592. 593. But I can't. I'm not telling you to buy it now or to sell it now if you're in it. It's it is what it is right now. At least the other ones, looks like the EVs are trying to rally a little bit. Yeah, there are no suggestions. I mean, I've got I mean, these are not suggestions. These are just the pre-market gappers. Okay, either up or down. It's not necessary. That's not a suggestion that this is what you should be buying or selling. We have to wait for the market to open. And if you're new, by the way, welcome. You'll hear us. You'll hear me. I'll be talking about some stocks, and other people in the room will start posting their ideas. If I get into a trade, I'll certainly let you know. Usually I'll talk about something and say, well, I like this level. I'm not ever going to say you should get into the trade too. Well, again, gap up and down, these two, gap up and down, these are available, okay, from my homepage. Okay? So just click on my homepage link. And when you do, click on scans and gap up, gap down, okay? These will work in the pre-market. Just use those. If you're new, I mean, why don't you just use those? And then you can always adjust I mean, these are the filters that I'm using. Excuse me, these are the filters that I'm using. Here's my price range. Again, this is working in the pre-market. And let's take a look. So this Nesco, I don't know if it's shortable for me. NSCO, yeah, it is shortable. It's sort of interesting. I don't quite understand why it gapped up so much on the fact that they are buying this company. Typically, that's not the reaction. You know, existing shareholders. I don't know the terms of the deal, other than it's almost a $1.5 billion deal. No. This is David. These are all just we're identifying stocks that are moving in the pre-market because once the market opens, we'll have to see what happens with them. Everything you see here, these are just ideas. Okay, these are not. Every time I get an alert doesn't mean okay I'm buying that stock. They're ideas. Trading is not easy. I wish it were. I wish it were just every time you see a stock, just buy it or sell it, depending on the direction. A lot depends on what is the overall market doing, what is the stock, what is the sector doing that the stock is in. What we try to identify are stocks that what we call alpha stocks that are kind of trading almost completely on their own. They don't really care what the rest of the market's doing. They have some kind of a catalyst, either some kind of a news catalyst, maybe it's an earnings play or they've released some news. So they are trading more or less on their own, not caring if the market is, dropping significantly or moving up. So this LIZI, again, this is brand new to me. I've never seen this one before. Look at the volume. Now, here is the 200-day. That's an issue. It did pop through it. There's the 200-day moving average, 483. That is an issue. I mean, I say it did pop through it. It got up to 522. But some kind of a deal they've got with XPEV. Just a moment, please. Okay. Okay, let me try. Well, okay, the market's going to open. Any indicators on my charts despite active? Are you talking about, when you say indicator, are you talking about the charts? Did you save your work? Same thing with you at FXB. If you didn't save your work, you might be out of luck. I always try to emphasize the point that if you have a layout, you should save individual windows to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Okay. If you can click on entire layout, give it a name, save it. Save individual windows to the cloud, where it says save or share to cloud. Save. So you must have not saved your work, KLT. When you exit trade ideas, again, you should always save your work. Well, again, I mean, okay, guys, sorry, the market, Let me see if I can help you a little bit later. The market's opened. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Shoot. Well, now Kroger's doing what I wanted it to do early on. But let's see. And I'm sorry, if you want to watch my watch list up and down, again, remember everything, you click on new from the toolbar, channel bar, and then my watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Shoot, why didn't you do this pre-market for me? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. So again, I'm just going to try to quickly, I mean, this is a 200-day moving average as an example that I've set. As long as you save your work, once you add your indicators to your charts, as long as you save your work, you know, two ways to do it: file, save layout. That'll go to your computer. You can give it a name, and also save to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire layout, give it a name, and save it. And then when you come back to trade ideas, that I don't understand. If you, okay, look, EVK guys, EVK rippage here. Just give me a moment here. I accidentally shut down a window. Here we go. I did not see any news on EVK. I did not see any news on EVK this morning. I couldn't find anything on it. Wow, Palantir keeps going here, guys. It's a gap up and go so far. Now, so this is why I typically do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. You know, take a look at what Lizzie did. It looked awesome right at the beginning. It got all the way up to 478 and then a complete drop down to 4. I mean, these are big. And there's, yeah, Real was mentioning Michael's earnings play. It is up still. Let's see if this continues down. All right, our little WWR is still alive today. Here's AMTX on the move. Really, a little reaction in the pre-market, but not huge. But maybe the volume wasn't that great. Look at the volume coming in now. AMTX, look at the void. 356 is the next high, or 359 or so is the next high looking left on that daily chart. All right, the CAAS, which is a huge move a couple of days ago, up to 1375, trying to come back also. Now real. Most people will not get that reference. GK. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Not moving on up. We're moving on up. Well, this looks like a Williams special. AMTX. This is shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Way outside the channel as I see it. Boy, look at XPAV. I mean, this... Now, again, if you're, I guess the big meeting today, whether, they're not going to delist every China stock, but they're going to make the accounting more rigorous. If you will not, there's Vive, by the way, here's Vive. So if you will not open your books to the U.S. regulators, then you're off. That in theory is what's supposed to happen. Not today, but... Okay, give me a moment here. Just watching this. I made it already 287. You've already made the move. All right, I'm watching WWR. It had the nice spike. It's pulled back a little bit. This is the trade of the week. All right, ENLV is, now this is a virus play. I mean, this, wow, what a fade here, $12 down to 10. Brazilian stock, right? Let me make sure of that. Yeah, Brazilian stock, ERJ. They have something to do with Boeing also. I may be wrong. Sorry about that. Forgot to. Yeah, here we go. So AEHR, what are you doing? AEHR? I'm going to try to concentrate a little bit today on shorting tops, if I can. Not for everybody. Okay, so there is that AMTX, a little pullback and now a pop and 15 million in the float. I don't see any Wainwright initiated coverage to buy. You have a price target. I don't see a price target they're putting on it, but so there's the only news I can see. One of these analysts putting a buy rating. Next high looking left, 358. Low float. 2 million in the float for this one. Really not that much action in the pre-market. At least I didn't see it. But maybe the volume was really light. Yeah, I mean, guys, look at this void. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here. Highly risky, highly risky. But look at the void. Okay, let's see. They cheer record holiday week sales. That's the news for them. Wow, AMTX just exploding through 3 now. Well, that would have been a very quick short on that top. So I mean, this is the only news I see, really. Oh, okay, wait a minute. There was news. No, that's way back in November. So I don't see any specific news for it. The only news I see is that Wainwright initiated coverage. That's it. All right, keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, the longer, if it can hold over 8, I mean, with that crazy low float, anything can happen. And I'm talking about GoAd. Look at Palantir. Wow, what a pop on volume here. Look at the volume in that first 15-minute candle. Well, I was too slow, just too slow in reacting on this one, this AMTX on that break right there. I was looking for a 3 break, and it happened. All right, well, this may not, I'm going to stick an alert just over 8 for this one to see if I can take that out later. And we have a halt here. PRTH is halted. PRTH is a big halt. Not very much volume yet. I'm sure it'll pick up. 7 million in the float. I don't see any. It is a volatility halt. Meanwhile, ERJ, it's not it's a low float. Big float, 174 million in the float, so. All right, so this was a gap down in reverse. A gap down in reverse. It's still negative, but it is reversing. VERI. All right, so for Go ED, I am making sure I have my alert actually on an 8 break. I want to see if it takes out 8 later on. That crazy low float. Okay, guys, there's another one that is a gap up. This is a gap up on Go, GDMO. And it's actually an earnings play. CDMO is actually an earnings play. Released after hours yesterday. Not a big reaction. That mauve area right there is after hours. CDMO, guys, this is the only issue is, well, big issue right now, the spread 1104, 1105, 1125. I don't see where there is any resistance. How far back do I have to go? Yeah, there's no resistance, guys, for CDMO. I'm going back to 2014. Who cares about that? So this could be, what do they do? Let me see what they actually do. It's just a bio. So it's a bio. I'm looking at this, potential swings because, I mean, it's just exploded out of here. The only issue is maybe they do a financing. All right, so it is 9:47. Nothing will appear in these two windows until at least 9:45. Nothing appearing yet. Filters are not met, obviously. Bah. Okay, well, Kroger is, as I say, is doing now what I wanted it to do in the pre-market. It took actually a little 9-cent loss in this one in the pre-market on a short. Every not showing up, so let's see why it's not showing up. Probably a filter. Yeah, so every's just not showing up here because their relative volume is 2.5. My filter here is 4, so it won't show up there. Doesn't mean we can't watch it. Every is shortable, yes. So, well, let's see. I mean, let's see what you're looking at. Real, of course, that channel, yes, has a lot of room still. Seeing if there's any specific reason for this pop. Wow, AMTX, I mean, I guess you might have made some money there, William, but I'm sure you're out now. But look at AMTX, still very strong. Michael's still fairly strong here, guys. MIK is still fairly strong. I mean, it's been whippy, but it is an earnings play. All right, now this one's been all over the place also. I mean, this got down to 550. NSCO buying some company. Well, I know what the name of it is. It's called Custom Trucks. $1.5 billion. Who are you? Fort Wayne, Indiana. Okay, there we go. So now we've got a couple in here. And then DM. So this, yeah, this made it because I had a little pop after hours yesterday. So again, guys, these are ideas, right? This is not, okay, here's an alert, buy it. They're ideas. It's a good idea. 625, 645 right now, taking out the highs. And SEO, it ran away from me. It just ran away from me. So there's the high last week for NDM with 739. If it takes that out, it has a ton of room. Give me a moment, please. So that was quick. I mean, there's an alert at 625. It popped all the way up to 680 and has come back down, but that was a very quick one. Definitely interested in this Nanodime. I'd like to see it take out that 740 area. Okay, now here's a really cheap one. ITRM, next high looking left. Yeah, it's almost right there. There's the 200-day moving average, 162. So yeah, Omer on the way down here, guys. Omer on the way down. This got a big pop after hours. Not sure what the reason was. Big pop after hours. It is still up 10%, but it's starting to fade a lot. Had earnings on the, well, that's a month ago, so that's not a big issue. The low this month has been 1133 for Omer, O-M-E-R. I think there were earlier on, I think there were may be wrong. I'm pretty sure there were. In fact, I know there were. Right here there were shorts. Right here. Wow, look at NSCO. Oh man. There's the high in the pre-market is way up here at 8. Here's the high in the pre-market. Oh, Canada approached that, $8. I mean, it's extended right now. Let's see if it can base a little bit over 7. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I do not believe CDMO is halted. And the answer is no. Look at you fading dollar stocks. that is not fade. That's not fadeable. That is not shortable for me, real. At Interactive Brokers. ITRM. All right, I'm sticking an alert for around 7:17 for NSCO. See if it takes that out a little bit later. All right, look at FTech. FTech was flying in the pre-market. Completely has given it up. Still up 8%, but it is, really fading here. Why does saving a price alert not save? Well, it certainly does for me, so I don't know what's going on for you, but let's just take a look. So here's my price alert window. Let's just do one. I'm going to put a price alert down here for FTech. Create a price alert, save it, and it'll show up right there. Now, save your work. When you exit trade ideas, make sure you save everything. But there it is. And when I exit trade ideas, I always save my work. Always, always, always. Just get into that habit. If you just exit, and I'm not going to do it because I know it kind of screws up my linking with Interactive Brokers. But if you just exit and say and don't save your work, Trade Ideas doesn't know that you want that saved. All right, still have my eye on NNDM. Right up here, there's where I like to see it break. NNDM up in this area here. I think it's 740-ish or so. Take out that high right over there. And there's really no resistance. Okay, this little one. This got halted because of news. TGA just got halted because of news. You can make one up, Torps. Yeah, keep an eye on this NS. Well, in fact, there it is, guys. Look at that big bottoming tail. NSCO. It was driven down to 660. Now it's back up over 7. The high right there was 724, but that pre-market high got up to 8. All right, guys, it might be wanting to go now. I mean, it's up to you, but all right, guys. Again, you're on your own in this. I mean, it's going to be a wild and woolly one. NSCO. As I say, wild and woolly. I mean, you know, it's a trading. This is so far been an interesting trading vehicle. NSCO. I'm just wondering if this will be still a magnet 804. Exploding now. Exploding. I'm just seeing how close it can get to 8. I've already traded in and out of it. I should say traded out some. I'm just holding on to see if it can hit. All right, CDMO. CDMO is, oh yeah, that's the one I was saying. Tremendous short from up here. Palantir is still alive, not alive, it's doing really well. Let's see, so it's above, of course, yesterday's high. I have an alert right there, 24.77. Next high looking left. Wow, I mean, it's way up here. The next high looking left is 28.14 for PLTR. Next high looking left. All right, guys, I do not have very much of this left. Just in case it's going to get really stuck at that hole number 8. There's the high in the pre-market. And that's the end. And if you're wondering why I'm not saying, it's hard for me. I don't want people to, all I can say is what I was looking for. It's up to you if you want to take the trade. Highly risky with that float. Well, why not? Just put the alert at 8 and see if it happens. So again, there was the alert at 625. It did not take it at 625, but what did it get up to? 785. This is still kind of, wow, actually, it is starting to move now. NNDM, there was the alert at 721, 739 now. And the Palantir, 2477, a little bit above that. The way, yes. WaveLab, yes. You're asking if the software and the website login are the same, yes. Another Brazilian airline, Azul, AZUL. There we go, NNDM. I think I backed this out. All right, so the next levels, to see these highs, we have to go back about a year and a half ago to see these highs for NNDM. All right, well, that's it for me and Nesco for a while anyway, unless it takes out 8 later on. I say I was a little wary that it would not do it. What did it get to? Got up to 784, 786. There's the pre-market high right up here. Don't think that short. I guess Fidelity must have shorts available for that one. That is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers NSCO. Yeah, so these EVs are still pretty erratic. Look at the SPY though, guys. Man, look at the SPY. Okay, here we go again. Now this has no data yet. Okay, so is this an IPO for today? This is showing up right here. DCBO. Interesting. Well, there's a situation where it doesn't have, you've got shorts and we don't. It is an IPO. Okay, thank you. That's an expensive one. Another airline from Brazil, I believe. Yeah, another. So Brazilian stocks have been active. This was yesterday, the day before. They've been very active. There is MIK earnings play. Now this is, what's the high right there? 1170. So you know what? I mean, it's above the high of, looks like about 3 months ago for MIK. Wow, this is making, I mean, I'm out of it now, but NSCO just made a new high. Okay, so it's not really an IPO. What it's doing, I see what's happened. Okay, thank you, Gallagher. I see. I mean, it's an IPO like CGC was, things like that, that are new listing in the US, but it trading in Toronto. So it's not technically an IPO, I guess. Whew. Boy, oh boy, I mean, this is getting close to that pre-market high. They may get back in, but I mean, guys, it's very risky, very, very risky. I mean, look, in a heartbeat, it goes from 798 down to 766, just like that. Give me a moment here. Oh, on the way down. Okay, I had an alert set on the way down, I guess. Boy, MIK, very strong. Very strong. Strong earnings play. All right, DTIL, little break here. Extended on the 15s, a little bit better on the 5s. And wow, I mean, it's got a lot of room underneath. DTIL. Bit of a spread issue, 1040, 147. The volume, it's not huge. 3 times normal, 3.6 times normal. I used to have a rule about shorting stocks. Had to have almost like close to 1 million shares traded. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. EVK, oh, the hoopla after hours actually for EVK. This is where I saw it first, and then the huge pop pre-market. Market opens, curse splat. Not shortable for me. EVK at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised this one is shortable for me right now. Vive, they did their reverse split yesterday, a 1 for 10 reverse split. Typically takes maybe a few days. Certainly the day of the reverse split, I do not usually have shorts available. So guys, there's the alert for so far. Some pretty obviously a great one for the NSCO for my watch list, 625 all the way up to 798. The NNDM 721 got up to 760. Palantir is even this one. Wow, I mean even this one. In fact, 2477, 2565 before it pulled back. Another Brazilian stock. These Brazilian stocks. What's the country ETF? Is it BZU or something? BZU, is that right? No. What's the country ETF for Brazil? Chris? Okay, well, big relative volume. Of course, this had a big day yesterday up to 225. It pulled back. I mean, at this point, I mean, you know, obviously it's a chase. Yeah, I guess if it took out 203, that would be the highs of the day. The high yesterday was pretty well. The high yesterday was what, 225? Don't know if it's going to have that much room. Thank you, EWZ. Thank you. Yeah. So look at this. I mean, here's the Brazilian ETF. So if you don't want to buy the individual stock. That's the one I remember. BRZU. A little more expensive. Also, but EWZ. Yeah, this is the one. Obviously, this is the one. There's no volume in the other one, so this is the one. If you're interested in, you know, the Brazilian stocks, participating in the Brazilian stocks, this is the country ETF. The other one has no volume, so It's just Brazil. I mean, we've seen, I bet you PBR is up also. I mean, it's just Brazil. VAL is another Brazilian stock. You know, I don't think there's any specific news. It's just, for whatever reason, Brazil right now is hot. Whoa, look at this one, CLRB. Ah, boy, the volume coming into CLRB. Take a look at on the daily. Of course, it's above yesterday's high, and it has a shot to get up to that 3 level. What's the float? 23 million in the float. But it is shortable, and it is above, I believe, I was just going to say the channel. I haven't seen this one for a while. Sportsman's Warehouse. Oh, look at this one. On the way down. Oh, okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. All right, William. Well, let's see. I mean, I know you're probably only looking for down to 224 for the CLRB. Tried to get a short of VIVE. I didn't get it. VIVE. I did not get it. Classic. Well, I mean, there's where it was yesterday, 474. It takes that out. I mean, this is a reverse split yesterday, 1 to 10 reverse split. Well, we've talked, yeah, EVK is just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. We talked about that in the pre-market. Look at the market. Market is just, it's actually only 125. I thought it was up a lot more, but whew, fast and furious as always. Okay, I put this one in here, a bit of a lark. I don't often put stocks that are even over $20. I know I put Palantir's here just to see if it could keep moving higher. This is a CMBM 32. What did it get to? Yeah, I mean, just to see, I mean, what a run it's had over the last 6 months, CMBM. So Very actually has been pretty, it's just now gone positive and pretty stress-free really on that gap down and reverse. Look at the 2-minute chart. I mean, hardly a little bit of base there, a little bit of a base there, but certainly no wild fluctuations for VERI. All right, guys, I know it's not quite 10:30, but little pause here for me. So first of all, if you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put my home page link into the room. A lot of good information in my home page or on my home page. On. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, first off, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's the promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have a premium and standard on an annual basis. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard. There are some other differences, but the big difference is the AI. If you want to follow along what the AI is all about. You do. I'm not on mute. I better not be on mute. Let me just see. You guys can hear me, right? Okay, so you can. Just a second. Price says, price, do a refresh. Your big clue, of course, is unless everybody is saying it, it's probably just you. Just a minute. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's perfectly reasonable. Just click on just a toggle on and off. You know, I mean, if you want to just try us out for a month, you know, the standard, see if you like it. You can 118 less that 15%, or the premium 228 less the 15%. If within, actually not the 30 days, if you ever want to upgrade, you can use that. We'll upgrade standard to premium or monthly to annual. You can apply that 15% promo code. On my homepage, you'll also have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's it's been pretty good. I mean, it's a WWR. You know, certainly it spiked over $7 from the 592 entry. It has come back like a lot of the EV sector plays. But anyway, you can sign up for it right here. It's free. I do a recap every day, what's happened in the room. You can sign up for it right there. Here's a link for all my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. Education, if you're new to Trade Ideas, really, really recommend the 20 short lessons. I really, really recommend the 20 short lessons. It won't take you 20 days, but Whoa, Lizzie guys, Lizi is on the move here. Well, if you just take a look, what do you get with standard? Here's the comparison, okay? I mean, really, if you don't care about the AI, the standard is fine. Back to the education link. So I already put the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you click on the take the lessons, what is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas covered right here. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can click on that link and you can see, again, what are some of the basic features that we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So today is Thursday. So from Monday to Friday, there is another room that I moderate. It's exactly the same as this. Some differences. It's a YouTube feed. Not as interactive in terms of the number of traders in the room, but I do moderate it between 9 and noon. From noon to 1, another trader from Trade Ideas takes over. And because I do take a break between 12 and 12:30, so you could head over there. I'll pop the link in just before I'm ready to take my break. Here's, of course, the room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here, all free. And more educational videos and trading books, ebooks. So a lot of information from my homepage. Okay, just want to move this to my other monitor. Oops. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about what the AI is all about and what this window you're seeing right here, which we call Brokerage Plus, is all about. First, I'll talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. And that is what happened last night once the market closed. And here, out of the 50, here are the strategies that made the cut. Okay? I know I say it every day. I don't care what strategies made the cut. I don't care from what segment. When we have 3 segments of the AI, I don't really care. All I care about is seeing the alerts. To do that, from the toolbar, you can click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and then here is your window. And you have an entry price, you have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay? In other words, there are not too many trades yet today. Or alerts, 1, 2, 3, only 6. So again, it's just up to you to manage the trades and what I would do is once you have this window up, instead of having to do it every day, clicking on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, I would incorporate that as part of your layout. So you have a layout, you can add it and then save. And so every morning, of course, this will be blank when you load Trade Ideas. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Now I do want to talk about the Brokerage Plus window. This is the Brokerage Plus window. But before I do that, just talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. And I like to call it, we're an event-based scanner. You can create virtually any trading scenario or alert scenario that you want. I mean, within reason. We have a lot of what we're more like wow, look at SPWH just collapsing here. What we have done is we created sort of it as an a la carte. You don't have to know any programming language. So, for instance, here are all the alerts. I'm not going to go over them all. Here are all the alerts that you can have. I'm not going to go over them all. Here are all down here icons that look like this. These are all the filters. So basically, sort of an a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose how you want to create your own scanner. So for instance, my basic new highs and lows, very, very simple. Right click, configure, click on summary. So if a stock is between 1 and 20 and the current volume is 4, current volume meaning it's trading at least 4 times as normal, 400,000 shares, up or down 4%. I'm not going to, there are some other filters in place. If these filters are in place, if the filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, that's when we get a real-time alert. You can set up your own. If you wanted this one, for instance, I'm sharing it, but you might say, you know what, I like a different price range. Of course, you can go in, just click on the icon, you can change the price range. This is what I call kind of a template for you to use. This is what I use, but of course you can adjust it to how you like to trade. So that's what you can do with trade ideas. So it's a scanner, first and foremost. Now, we do have a way in which, with our external linking tool, we link with many brokerage platforms. You establish the link, and what does that mean? It means that when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your order entry in your brokerage platform. So from there, you can trade the stock. So it's a time saver, more or less. I mean, if you're not clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it probably doesn't matter. You can just type it in. Wow, look at LIZI through the 200-day, guys. This is some kind of a deal they've got with XPEV. So it is a time saver, okay? Our linking tool. It is a time saver. So again, if you're clicking on a lot of alerts like I am all day long, it would be a real pain to have to type it in. Type it into my order entry. Now, we do have a special arrangement with, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, we do have a special arrangement with them so that you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade. So you don't actually have to trade from within Interactive Brokers. You can use this window to trade. How you do that? Just going to pop the video in. Yes, you can through the standard version, yes. Yeah, this FTech just took out the low there, Adam. Yes, you can use the standard version to trade, okay, IB. You just establish the link from here, from the toolbar. You click on live, but you have to watch that video. It's going to show you what port to use, etc., okay? How you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So you get an alert, and you check the chart. You say, yep, I want to trade it. So you go back and hover over, and then you can pick how you want to trade it. These are things, these are buying and shorting parameters that you can set up. Okay? I don't know what you mean, the default on the channel. This is what I would do. I guess you can use the channel, but then you're limited to that channel. I think it's a lot easier to set this up, and then this is just part of your layout. Okay, when this is part of your layout, and just save it, and then it's part of your layout every day. So watch the video. It's going to show you exactly how you can use, I say, this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Interactive Brokers is the only one we work with right now. We're looking to add some, TD Ameritrade. It may happen by the end of the year. I just don't know. So please don't ask. Okay. Now, for a lot of you who are new to trading, though, you can use the simulator, the paper trader. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you've got, it's using our real-time data. Very simple to use. Notice I've got one in here. This is actually a trade that I took a couple of days ago. in the simulator. This is the trade of the week. And so if you take a trade and you do not close it out at the end of the day, it'll carry over. So that's how you can practice swing trading. Now, to take a trade, really simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going to go long, you buy. If you're shorting it, you sell. So let's do one. Let's just see how that might work. See this one, this 480. Now you can do, before I take a trade though, you can also do things like this. Let's just say I wanted to take a, well, let's do it. I want to take this trade. I want to take LIZI if it takes out the high of the pre-market, which is 522. So I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's take 300. I'm going to put 522 in both boxes here. And I'll click buy. And so you see on the monthly chart, you see what will happen. If it gets up to 522, it's going to take the trade. So this is like a conditional order. You know, wanting to break a certain level. So that dark blue line, if it gets up to 522, it'll take the trade and that'll fade to a, well, it'll fade to a light blue line. And you'll know you're in the trade. It'll also, of course, show up here. You can also do it in reverse. Let's just say I wanted to take this on a pullback, you know, down to 456. So I'm going to get rid of that order. Now I'll just do the reverse. I'm going to take the trade if it gets down to 456. Same thing. Just type it in a couple of times. Buy, and that line will show up on the chart. That line will, there we go. The line shows up. So if it gets down to 456, it'll take the trade. So you can put conditional orders, you know, either on a pullback or breaking a level that you like. I'm going to put it back at that higher level. Just going to cancel it. All right, cancel it. And we'll do it again at that 522 level. Buy. Okay, so there's a line again. Now, these are hotkeys. So for instance, if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, the WWR, I could flatten it, which means get out of the trade, just get out. Flatten. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Or I could go here, pick how many shares I wanted to trade out. This LIZI, it may trigger, guys. Okay, so it's very simple to use. Again, if I wanted to trade out, you know, this one that I'm in, 100 shares, I could just type 100 here. I could pick the price I want to get out at if I could and sell. So let's take a trade though. It'll be an interesting one maybe. Boy, Kirk is on the move here. Wow, is Kirk ever on the move? You remember this? Wow, I mean, it is way above. If you guys remember, if you're in the room, this went from 82 cents all the way up to 13.48, not that long, maybe 3 months, 2.5 months, pulled back, and then look what's happening now. So I'm just going to take the trade. Just want to show you how you can take the trade. Let's take a couple hundred shares. Spread is, I'm going to take it. I could pick a price, but just for purposes here, I'm going to buy it at the market. Okay. Now I can I want to always put a stop in. Always have a stop. Again, this is just to demonstrate. I want to put a very wide stop way down here. Let's put $1 away. I wouldn't do this. I just want to demonstrate, though, how you can do it. Maybe I'll put it here, bottom of that 5-minute candle, so 732. So right click, add the stop order, 732. Again, your stop should be, you should know what your stop is ahead of time before you get into the trade. And you can see that line appears right in the chart. So if it goes down to 732, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. I can put, it's just not going to show up, unfortunately, because it's, this is almost an all-time high. I could put a target if I want. I'm going to put 18 just so that it'll show up on the chart. Okay, there's the line right there, just so it shows up on the chart. Now I'm going to move it. You can move it, of course. Not of course, you can move it. Now, you see it. What did I do? I must have moved it higher. Yeah, I just can't see it. Yeah, there it is. I moved it higher, way up to 19. Okay, so if I allow this to run automatically, it will take me out at 19. Okay, 1917. And you would see how much. It's just unfortunate because it's above. You would see how much I would make. There'd be a dollar figure there. Now, if this trade starts working, you could use this like a trailing stop. So let's just say this trade really started working well. I could start moving this right on the chart to other areas where it makes sense to put your stop. Now, you might say, well, how do I know where to do that? That'll come with chart reading experience. Areas on the chart where it looks like there's support. So if it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the trade. Now, you don't have to do it this way. If I said before, you can just pick up if I want to get out of the trade right now, or I want to trade a certain amount, I can just go down here. Oh, these are the hotkeys for Brokerage Plus. Nothing to do with IB. And yes, okay. The answer is yes. Everything I'm doing in the simulator is exactly the same if you're connected to your IB account. I don't go percentage wise, Marty. What I do for my trades is I'm risking a certain dollar amount per trade. It's not a percent. So how much I risk per trade, of course, will be dependent on your account size. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I was going to risk $100 a trade. And this is what I was saying before, knowing where your stop is, and this will basically tell you how many shares you're going to take for the trade. So if I wanted to buy a stock that was at $10 and I looked at the chart and 9.90 was good support, a dime away. Good support, not because it's a dime away, but maybe there was all this on the chart right at 9.90. So I thought, okay, if it broke down below that, I should be out of the trade. So it looks like there's good support on the chart, 10 cents away. So my stop would be 10 cents. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I could buy 1,000 shares of that stock. Or $1,000 or 1,000 shares times 10-cent risk is $100. I get out of the trade if it hits my stop. I get out of the trade for a manageable, what I will consider a manageable amount, all depending on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, as an example. Okay? Well, Kirk worked. Look at that. No, 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 Marty. Nothing to do with if I'm willing to risk $100. If I'm willing to risk $100, my stop, it will really depend, on where the stop is on the chart. If it was 20 cents away, and I'm willing to risk $100, then I would buy 500 shares. Now, if I were in this trade for real, would I let this go from 1782, okay, pops up to 1829, and then I allow it to get right back down to where I bought it? No. So that's why, manage your trades. And this is, now it has come back up, so it's a little bit wild, but this is why I like to see that I have my max P&L and my distance from my exit price. My max P&L is telling me if I got out while I was in the trade at the absolute top, we're not saying you could, but I would have made $70. My open right now is 56, so it's not that bad. Okay, if I get out of the trade right now, I'm going to flatten it. I want to show you how you do this. Okay, flatten the trade. So I'm out of the trade. This distance from exit now is going to show me how good an exit that was. If I see a big negative number, that's going to be good. That means it's it's below where I got out, which is, of course, what you'd like to see. If it's a big plus number, that means you exited too soon. Again, it's kind of a barometer on how good your exits are. That's why I like to see this distance from the exit price and my max P&L. It kind of shows me, okay, how well did I do on my exits? Okay, well, if that works for you. So is that a question, Bryant? Or, I mean, this is not... Wow, Kirk. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, Mick is cooking. So Marty, did that make sense, what I said? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. And the other thing to remember, and I don't teach trading or anything like that, but you should always have the amount that you're going to risk about the same every trade. So you're not going to vary it. So I mean, if you're risking $100 a trade, try to keep it $100 a trade. Don't go 200 the next, 300 the next, 50 the next, okay? And as we talk about this all the time, revenge trading. So if you lose your first trade and you've risked $100, don't get the mindset that, man, I better make 200 the next trade so I can get back that loss and be up 100. Because you know what happens, and you lose that next trade, now you're down 300, and so on and so on. So, but that would be my recommendation, though, is get used to the idea of risking a dollar amount per trade that is the same for every trade. Now, will I vary it myself? I'll vary it a little bit. It's almost like when you're, if you're playing blackjack and you feel the cards are a little more in your favor, you might vary your bet. Okay, but it's not like if I'm risking $100 a trade and I think You know, this is like the primo setup. I'm not going to double my risk. Boy, look at that LIZI. You talk about. Remember, I had the conditional buy order up here. It almost got there. You know, within about I think 7 cents. I think I have it at 5.22. But look what it did. No, this is not trending. I do not change my layout every day. My layout is virtually the same every single day. You know, I get used to I get used to the things that I like to see. There, you know, will I make some changes every now and then? Yes, and that's why it's a good idea to save each individual window to the cloud. I mean, look, I'll show you how many. I mean, I've got a lot of alert windows that I've created over, 10 years of being, starting out as a subscriber to Trade Idea. So I've got a lot of alert windows and top list windows that I've saved over the years. Every now and then I'll take a look at one and that I haven't used for a while, and I'll check it out, see what sort of alerts I'm getting. That's not too bad. So maybe I'll get rid of something I'm using now and put that one in. Yeah. So when you say windows, you're talking charts, right? You're talking charts, Arnell. You're not talking about these windows. You're talking about charts. Yes. Yeah. The web-based version has a limitation of 5 charts. I'm assuming you're using the web-based version because you're on a Mac. Yeah, all you have to do is are you on the app? You have the app, Arnell? You have a toolbar that looks like this? No. So you're using the web-based version. Yeah, I mean the problem is in my layout. Yes, so you'll have to. Okay, we'll get to the bottom of this. If you have a toolbar that looks like this, then you should be able to. Well, there's something going on then because you have, if you're using our standard service, you should have. I mean, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 charts. And our standard service, you're allowed 10 charts. Premium is 20. You can zoom in on the chart, yeah. If you left click on the chart, so Trade Ideas knows this is the chart you want to be in, and then keep control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay, so control key pressed down on your keyboard, but you have to first left click on the chart so that Trade Ideas knows this is the chart you want to be in. So left click the chart, control key pressed down on your keyboard, and scroll in and out. You cannot use the app on your Mac. However, this is a podcast that was done a while back that can show you how you can use Trade Ideas on a Mac. Okay. Unless you are willing to download an emulator, so Candy. So I just popped that in here for Mac users. There are three ways you can use our program if you have a Mac. The web-based version, not as robust. All right. Yeah, I mean, if you have multiple monitors, it's okay with one monitor, I suppose. I mean, it's virtually everything you see here, except Brokerage Plus is not available. Or if you're willing, and I know a lot of our people who work at Trade Ideas who have Macs, they use an emulator like Parallels. The other way is using something like AWS, Amazon Web Services. So those are three ways in which you can use our program if you have a Mac. Yeah, I mean, look, you can do what you want to do, A2. I'd buy a PC for trading, but I mean, that's up to you. Yeah, there won't be another one for probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. We just had it, Kevin. So not anytime soon. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, back again, guys. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, listen, you can put a stop in, but if something is moving so incredibly quickly, I mean, it's just the way it is. You might put a stop in, but you may not get filled, or you won't, or you may only get a partial fill. If something is that, something like the VIXI or what was it, the Lizzie, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean that was probably that's a 2 minute chart. I mean that probably dropped like so quickly. Can't do anything about it. Well, sometimes, yeah, I mean sometimes you'll get. Let's say you had a 500 shares, and it hit your stop. I mean there you can maybe get a partial fill, but it really depends. It really depends. But if it's moving that quickly, there's nothing you can do about it, guys. I mean, it's nothing to do with Brokerage Plus, or it'll happen. Mick, wow, it's going to take it. Oh, man, this is just a really, really nice all-day hold so far. You know. Okay. Yeah, it's an earnings play. MIK, it's an earnings play. Hmm. NIO is Chinese, yes. NIO, LI, and XPAV, all Chinese EV plays, electric vehicle plays. Yeah, somebody just pointing that out too, Steve, in the YouTube feed. I mean, look at the short float percent. So what that means is that, this is not a super high float. It's not low, but 83 million in the float. Almost half of that is short. People just, now where they're short from is another issue, but at this point, a lot of, you might be getting some short covering because people who are short are thinking, this is a pretty good move. And, this is a great move on that monthly chart. I mean, it has a shot, to get up into this area. So if you were short, depending where you're short from, you might think, oh, okay, I'm going to start covering. Of course, covering just fuels more buying. I'm not calling it a short squeeze. Real. So there's actually a cross up here, 5256 cross, OSH. Short float percent, so 46% of that float is short, yes, if that's what you mean. So almost half, I mean, there are, people betting in a big way that this stock is going down. Not just today, I mean, these numbers get updated twice a month. Both the float and the short float percent get updated twice a month. So I mean, yeah, I mean, that's why you can sometimes say, I guess the trifecta. You have a low float, a high short float percent, and a catalyst of some sort, be it news or earnings like today. And that's why you can get moves like this. I mean, it's only up 20%, but so B plus is not an add-on. It's part of our standard service. Okay, so it's not an add-on. Okay, the AI is part of our premium service. Okay, so with this you don't need our premium service in order to use Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account. The only time you would need the premium service is if you want to get into auto trading, A, your own setups, or B, the AI. Okay? But this is part of what you see right here is just part of the standard service. You want to practice trading, part of the standard service. You want to use this, link it to your interactive brokers as long as you don't care about auto trading, part of the standard service. Is that clear? I don't use level 2, so okay. I mean, when you say the best level 2 provider, I mean every single broker will have level 2 for you. So I don't think there's, I don't there won't be very much difference between broker to broker. So if you're bound to determine you want level 2, I mean every broker will supply that to you. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Well, yeah, you have to, in order to auto trade right now with us, you need an Interactive Brokers account. So this is telling me right now that I'm 20 cents. I exited at what price? 18.15. It is 19 cents above that now. Now look at Ovid here. Wow. I mean, this is all-time low, almost an all-time low, I guess. I guess down here is an all-time low. 172. I think this had the big down day yesterday. Negative data, I think. I can't remember anymore if it was negative data or they did a financing. I think it was, no, it had to be negative data. So if you want the AI, you need our premium service. Okay, Ion. If you want access to our AI, you need our premium service. We can't use Brokerage Plus for Thinkorswim or Tastyworks, okay? Only, like, you may not care. I mean, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus in order to use Trade Ideas. This just happens to be a feature that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, that you can use this window to trade instead of having to trade it from within your Interactive Brokers account. Otherwise, you use our external linking tool, and when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your broker's platform. Tastyworks, I'm not sure about. I don't know if we link with Tastyworks. I really don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you want level 2, I mean, every broker has level 2. Okay, so we don't have level 2 data, but every broker has. I'm being asked a question about level 2 in the YouTube feed. So I mean, if you have Interactive Brokers, you have, any Thinkorswim. I mean, they all have level 2. Oops. Yeah. So let me just show you again. So if you click on my homepage link, Ion, if you click on my homepage link right there, and then you'll see a promo code that you can use right there. And then you click on Get Trade Ideas. Okay, and here we basically have 4 plans. The premium, so if you're interested in the premium, there's the annual minus 15%, or you can go monthly. Okay, you can go monthly, and there it is right there, minus the 15%. That discount for the monthly is only good for the first month. Look at EVK, guys. Wow, that is just soaring here now. Yeah, I don't recommend anything, okay? You'll never hear me say, David, okay, I think you guys should be doing this. I'm not an investment advisor, not allowed to do that, okay? I may lay out something and say, guys, this is what I'm looking at, and wow, look at this EVK. Took out the pre-market high now. Shoot. Yeah, I mean, if you go to the webinars, we talk about Thinkorswim and all that. We're advancing. TDA, we're advancing to be able to, use it, Brokerage Plus, with Thinkorswim or TDA. So, oh man, crazy. Why? Look at the float. So again, if you're wondering, you're new to trading, you're wondering, well, how can anything like this happen? Well, there's the float, almost 4 million in the float. So what is the float? That is the supply of stock. So like anything else, if for whatever reason there's huge demand, like any other commodity on earth, if there's low supply, and that is a very low supply and high demand for whatever reason, that's why you get these insane percentage moves. You won't see Facebook going up 251%. Why? Because it has 2.3 billion in the float. So now the next question on your minds is, well, what is a low float? For me, anything under 20 million is a low float. And then if that number gets, even lower and lower and lower, and there's this crazy demand for whatever reason, that's what can happen. But just remember, the way it went up, it can collapse just as quickly, if not more quickly. Well, we have the float right here in our single stock window. And you asked, no, we have, this is our real-time data, Ion. Okay, it says nothing, we're not using anybody else's, any broker's real-time data. This is all our real-time data, Well, I mean, you can do things like we have a float filter, number one. We have a float filter, so if I type in float in the search, so here's our float filter. So you can construct your own scan. You can add that filter, and if you say, well, yeah, I think anything over 20 million is I want to have the max of 20 million, you would just put 20 million in the max box. So that will restrict the float to anything under 20 million. And and standard also, Ion. You don't need a premium subscription to get our data. Trade Ideas is a scanner first and foremost, okay? All right, regardless of what broker you've got. And we have real-time data, whether you're using our standard or our premium service. Now, I think Praveen asked a question, if we don't have any float data, does that mean the stock is not shortable? Not necessarily. Every broker is different. You've heard me talk. I mean, sometimes I'll have shorts and others won't, depending on your broker. So it really is broker dependent whether or not you have shorts. Yeah, so the linking just means this. Once you establish your link, when you click on an alert, when you click, say I click on EVK, it'll load into your Thinkorswim platform. Okay, so it'll load into your order entry, and from there you can trade it, from within Thinkorswim. And this is our external linking tool. See, we have an external linking tool. I'm linked to Interactive Brokers. I'm linked to TradingView. Okay, but we link with many, many brokerage platforms. It's a time saver. That's basically what it is. So again, the float is just the supply of stock. Companies will have a number of shares outstanding. Typically, You know, they'll have, like Facebook, I don't know how many shares outstanding they have. This is the float for Facebook, 2.3 billion. They probably have way more shares outstanding. And how you get that number is you take the shares outstanding and then you start subtracting all the shares that insiders own, mutual funds own. These, because those shares typically cannot be traded on a day-to-day basis. So, you know, I'm sure Facebook has way more shares outstanding, but you start subtracting those numbers, again, the insiders, mutual funds, etc., and you get to a float. There were probably on a list, but we link with so many. It's a matter of just, you know, we have a linking expert that, you know, if you're wondering, I could send you to the person. The linking is very widespread. You know, if you say, well, I've got this brokerage, you know, it's some obscure brokerage, yeah, we probably don't link to it, but if you're Thinkorswim, we link to it. Yeah, who's your broker? Is it Thinkorswim? See, I know that we're getting some kind of a deal. Let me just ask if we link with. We definitely link with. Thinkorswim. Now we don't do options. Okay, but yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to trade the sure you can. But let me just see. Sean would know because. I'm just asking the question. Here I put 400,000. I mean, it's going to be way over 400,000. Okay, I put 400,000 in these windows, but you know, it's up to you. I mean, at the beginning of the day, I may have something lower, so because you know, I want to catch the initial moves maybe, but you know, but I'm not saying that's a recommendation. That's just what I do. I think it's 400,000 in here, but you'll notice. I mean, you know, I mean, there's 44 million already here. No, Candy. You can link with, but you can link with. Listen, you can link with Trade Ideas, but again, remembering what I'm talking about, linking. It's just a time saver. You can't use Brokerage Plus yet. That's all. To with anything other than Interactive Brokers. But you can link with Thinkorswim. So when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your Thinkorswim platform. Not that I'm aware of. In terms of holding a short, I mean, you might have, as long as you have the margin available. Well, GSM on the move here, guys. I saw this one a little bit earlier, but a nice break over 2. It's not a low float, 77 million in the float. Yeah, there is a bit of the linking with Thinkorswim is not super simple. I mean, but I mean, it can be done. You just have to follow the rules. Wow, EVK, I've missed this one. Yikes. So what do you mean by lock all the windows exactly, A to San? Yes, okay, I can show you how you can do that. Okay, so Sean is going to try. He's our options trader at Trade Ideas. When I say he specializes in options. He's just going to try right now. Ion, okay. Okay, so Candy, unfortunately, I'm going to, if you can see this, maybe take a screenshot of it. I can't post it in the YouTube feed because it just doesn't let me do it the way I want to. So if you can take a screenshot of this, I know, I'm sorry, it's a little Mickey Mouse, but if you can take a screenshot of this, this is the TOS linking. Okay, so it appears that we cannot link with Tasty Works or Tasty. Ah, son of a. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just give me a second here. I have to get my windows back up. Give me a moment, please. Oh, did you get it before? Okay, okay. Sorry. And just give me one more. Just got to load now, you guys. Okay. Okay. Okay, A2, now I can show you, all right? You're still listening? So this is everybody who has, just give me a moment here. I have to, okay. So this is for everybody who has a multiple monitors. So I have 3 monitors. And even I guess if you only have one monitor, the question is, I mean, every time I load trade it is, my screens are, my scans, my charts are all over the place. So this is what you do. So take your toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor to be. Okay? So this is my main monitor, mainly because this is what I'm sharing with you guys. So put all your windows, all your trade ideas, windows, charts, etc. Put them all exactly where you want them. Put all your trade ideas, windows, scans, whatever you've got on your other monitors, exactly where you want them. Once you've done that, then from our toolbar, click on Tools, Options, layouts. And where it says loading layouts, check. Open relative to main window. Save. Okay, now once you've done that, when you exit trade ideas, I'm not going to do it because it destroys my linking even just by clicking on this. Okay, but exit and it'll say yes or no to saving your layout. Yes, you should save you can save your layout also, of course, to your local computer. Save it to the cloud. Okay, and then when you load trade ideas again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? Meanwhile, Captain Kirk, look at this. I got now. See, I'm 49 cents bad exit. But remember now, I was demonstrating how to use the simulator. So on 49 cents, it has moved 49 cents above where I exited it. All right, I'll be right back. What time is it right now? 11:33. I'll be back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, oh man, that EVK, just serious rippage here on that low float, 3.9 million in the float. That would have been hard to predict, as Grumpy said. I mean, you had that big move in the pre-market, but then, market open. But, I talk about this all the time, though. When you get these crazy ones that really have some action in the pre-market, then the market opens, and then they flatten out for a while. A lot of times I'm usually waiting in the afternoon for this sort of action. All of a sudden, the stock flattens out for quite a while. And then later on in the afternoon, traders get back involved. It just happened a lot earlier. Excellent. Okay, great. A2. Now, the other thing you guys can do if you're unfamiliar with the program is you can put sound alerts on all these windows. So, for instance, I have a sound alert here, sound alert here, sound alert here, and what that means is, if you right-click, click on, and then Properties and then Actions. Okay, basically, you just follow this menu. You click on the Play Sound, set up the sound. Now, you can have one window text-to-speech. Now, why do I say one window? The whole idea of putting sound alerts is that when you hear a sound alert, you immediately know which window to look at. So obviously you cannot put text to speech on all your windows, otherwise you'll have no idea about which window to look at. So you can put one of them. You don't have to put any of them, but a lot of people do like text to speech. And then for the balance of them, check the Use Custom Sound, select a sound. Here are 3 folders that we have with some sound alerts in here. You can click on one, open it, play it. If you like it, you'll say OK a couple of times. And then that sound will be attached to that window. Okay? Okay, so Renee, you don't have to do that. I know, yes, I mean in the channel bar, there's a way in which you can put your channels up here. You can have 5 of them, okay? You can do that if you want. Okay, I don't. I mean, I have this. I have these here just because I don't use the channel bar at all. The problem with using the channel bar is that this is, every time you click on a channel, it's a layout, and your existing layout will disappear. So, I mean, but you can do that, yes. What I do is, once I have my layout that I want, I just file, save or share to cloud, entire layout, and give it a name. So it could be Renee 1, and save it. That's what I do, okay? But you can add it to the, you can add it here if you want. Well, if you're talking about up here, this will have to be your own channel. Now you can take a channel and modify it the way you want, and then save the layout, and then eventually you can bring it up here if that's what you want. That's a common question. People go into our channels, they take a look at a channel. Let's make sure I've got this all. Give me a second here as I. Give me a moment here. Okay, so when I click on it, let's check. I'm going to click on the EV related channel. Okay, so here's the channel. So if you see something, now what happens is people will look at this and they'll go, get off to surfing, and they'll look at EV related. And they'll take a look at the filters that are in place, right click, configure, summary, and they say, well, I want to add some filters, I want to have a minimum, maybe a relative volume of 2, I want to have a minimum volume today of 400,000. You can click on the summary, you can see I've added these. I might want a price range, of 1 to 40. I mean, I'm just making these up. You can see how I am. So I've added these, and you say OK. All right, so now you've taken that was in the channel and you've more or less customized it to how you like it. Now, if you go to another channel and you come back to this, you'll say, hey, what happened? The filters that I added are not there anymore. And that's by design, because these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to, or a person wants to, change it a bit, that might not be what other people want. So the channels are for everybody. But what you can do is you can take the window and you can save it now to the cloud. Save. Now it's in the cloud. Now when you go on to another channel, yes, the channel disappears. I go to the account builders channel. And so you can see what I can do here. Now I can do the same thing with another window that I might want. Make the changes, save it to the cloud. And then I can bring them back one at a time. If I have a blank, Start off with a blank slate, and then File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see this is up here. So I would load it, and then it'll appear. And I can do that with every window that I've extracted from all the various channels to kind of build my own layout. And once I've got all those windows arranged and maybe some charts, then save it to the cloud. File, Save or Share to Cloud. Give it a name. Could be Renee's first layout, you know. Just click on entire layout, give it a name, and save it. So now it's in the cloud. Then, if you wanted to, you can go to the channel bar, edit the channels, add a channel, and then it's going to say browse, select from cloud. Okay, and then you'll find your layout, select it, and then it'll show up here. You'll say okay a couple of times, and then it will show up here. I know it's a little involved. I don't ever do this because I don't use the channel bar, because I don't want to. I'm not going to different channels all day long. I kind of have a setup that I like, and that's it. Yeah, just start. If you start with a blank layout, Windows, close all. Make sure, if you have a layout though, make sure that you have saved your layout first. But yeah, if I close all, then I'll have a blank slate. Wow, look at this ENLV. I mean, it had a big pop in the pre-market. It started to drift down, and look at the volume that has come in. This is a virus play, actually. Okay, so MB, so the question was, what is the difference between gap up shared and the basic new highs and lows? So you have to know the definition of a gap is the first print of the day. Okay, so the gap up shared, as an example, I don't know what, I can't remember what filter I'm using, but the gap might have to be 2%. So that's the very, very first print of the day. Okay, so the stock is, on its very first print, has gapped up a certain amount. And so for it to show up in that, in the gap up shared, that's a filter that's applied, so it has to have gapped up at least 2%. Or whatever that number is. That's the first print, that's the definition of the gap. The basic new highs and lows are just showing you stocks, I mean, it doesn't matter what the gap is. What the first print of the day was. I mean, it could have been flat at the beginning and then it's accelerating, and so, it's just showing you new highs and lows regardless of what the actual gap was. Does that make sense? It's just the definition of the gap. First print of the day. Yeah, I am actually talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, guys. Well, 11:45. Fast morning. So I believe that it is Jamie. Jamie will be in the YouTube feed today, taking over for me at 12 o'clock. I take a break between 12 and 12:30. Yeah, it's possible, MB. I mean, because some of these basic new highs and lows will have gapped up, but they don't have to have gapped up as the first print of the day. So I just want to make sure it is Jamie. Okay, it is Jamie. Okay, you don't have to go there yet, okay? But at noon, if you want to head over there, here is the link. When I take a break, say at noon, you can head over there. So the promo, yeah, the promo on a monthly basis is only good for the first month. Okay, it's only good for the first month or the entire year. Well, I wouldn't use the basic new highs and lows in the pre-market. I would use the gap up. Okay, that worked. Gap up and gap down, they work in the pre-market. So I wouldn't use the basic new highs and lows in the pre-market. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Use the gap up, okay? Gap up and gap down shared in the pre-market. So are you asking what the discount code is? Oh, okay. No, yeah, okay, so you've got it, okay. Look at TGA, look at, my goodness, look at this thing. Not a low float either, 60 million in the float for a $1 stock. Yeah, listen, the monthly is fine, I mean, and you can always upgrade later on if that's what you want to do, and we'll honor that 15%. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, specifically on, wow, look at that Kirk. I know I was doing this as a practice trade for you guys, just to show you how you can use the. Listen, I mean, if a stock is moving so rapidly, it doesn't matter what set of filters and alerts you use, you're not going to get it where if it's moving like, 30 cents in a second, it's not nothing is going to work. Now, could you've got TGA, maybe here? When was the alert? TGA was alerted at well, first of all, you could have got this earlier. I have a filter though that I don't look at stocks under $1 as an example. So you could have, if you change, my minimum, which is $1, I believe. So if you had put 50 cents here, you would have got it earlier, as an example. I just don't look at stocks under $1. Boy, we're getting some really interesting moves in these low floaters, guys. Look at Flex Shop here, FPay. Wow, look at this FPay on the move here. Low float, 13 million in the float. You know, you look left on that weekly chart. The next high looking left is 298. I mean, so it's possible it can start to get it into that 3 level. Of course, it won't happen if William keeps shorting these things. For this one, you see, I think what happened is, again, you know, you can always adjust filters so you'll see things like this, okay? I could have reduced my relative volume, but probably the relative volume, it kicked in to 20, but it was probably under. Like, I think I had my relative volume was supposed to be 4 in here, okay? So it probably didn't kick in over 4 until this happened. So if you said to yourself, well, why don't I just put it under like something less than 4, you can do that. You may get a lot of stocks, though, that you don't want to see also. You know, it's just one of these things. You know, I can create a filter, I can create a scan that'll show you anything you want. But it may introduce a lot of stocks that you don't want to see all day long. So for all the FPAs that you see, you might get a lot of other ones that just look terrible. So it's always a trade-off. You know, that makes sense. Yeah, again, you can create one. I mean, I guarantee. I mean, just a basic new high, but you might get because it made a new high. You know, right here. I mean, there was the high earlier on in the day at 10:32. It took out the high right there. But I almost guarantee that what happened is that the relative volume. So if I took relative volume out of the equation, you know, took that out, I would have seen it. But you're also going to see a lot of other stocks that you might not want to see. So don't drive yourself crazy, okay? And not just you, Sam, but anybody else. Man, I missed this one because of my filters. Okay, relax your filters. You'll see them, but you might get a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. That's the whole idea of the filters. You know, to kind of reduce the huge universe of stocks down to a manageable number. You'll always miss something. But hopefully, you know, there are enough other things that you'll see that it makes up for it. Wow, I mean, I should have taken Kirk for real. Look at this move. I mean, it's $1 from my exit when I showed you in the simulator. Keep an eye on NSCO, guys. Again, keep an eye on this. I mean, this could, look what it's done here. I mean, it was based a bit, just over 7 now. Remember, it got up to 8. It's a low float, 13 million in the float. Now I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube feed. I mean, this is what Trade Ideas is really, really good at. I mean, these are all, you're never going to, you turn on to CNBC, you're never going to see these stocks. Look at RATA here. Identifying these. Ah, there you are, Jamie. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now. See these stocks. Look at RATA here. Identifying these. Ah, there you are, Jamie. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now. See these stocks. Look at RATA here. Identifying.
Okay, I do believe we have successfully handed off here. Just to make sure if someone could use the chat panel to let me know that you can see my desktop and hear me okay, then we'll just pick right up where Barry left off. Hello, Iris. Okay, well, I'm assuming you can see and hear. Welcome to my desktop, everybody. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session, and just going to kind of pick up right here where Barry left off. Notice all the names he was just talking about. NSCO. Well, let's see here. Let me get my pen active. Look who's at the top of my list here on this top list. NSCO. Now, in addition to that, NSCO has been coming through this ticker all morning. I'd have to scroll back quite a ways, but it was all over the place this morning. So that's always a good thing when you have two different windows showing you the same stock. And we can see here NSCO on a nice little tear, taking a pull back right to that fast line, finding a little support. Looks like it wants to go attack highs one more time. And let's check out the volume on NSCO. Oh, it's just doing about 1,000 times normal on the relative scale. Stock usually only kicking out about 41,000 shares, but has kicked out an enormous almost 20 million today on a float that's only 13.54 million. So that's what Barry was referring to when he was talking about, the low float stocks. In addition to that one, he was also talking about RADA. Well, look who's coming through this ticker as well. FPay. Barry was talking about FPay. This one's been all over this ticker as well. So, all coinciding with the IWM finally breaking out. Over here, these are not daily candles. I've been looking at weekly candles today, and we can see that not only is IWM at all-time highs, pretty close, but it's well above that area that acted as supply or resistance for quite some time. So as they say, the junk stocks are starting to run. When will they stop? Nobody knows. All right, so keep in mind, questions panel is open. If you have any questions about TI in general, any functionality, just anything TI related, just go ahead and let me know. Checking up on another stock that's been coming through this ticker right here, which, just so I'll give you a peek in here, there's not a lot of magic going on here. It's just stocks hitting new highs, but requiring at least 4x on the relative volume and 100,000 shares traded already today. Now, I've just capped mine at 17, but we could easily raise that, lower that. Just gives us some, keeps the ticker from being too busy. And of course, right here with the earnings per share, don't really care about earnings, just weeding out the ETFs and iShares. Since they don't report earnings, this automatically gets rid of them. Into ERJ, more of the same. We had a gap up. Let's check out the float. This one is not a small float. 174 million, aircraft manufacturing. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 5-minute here. Started watching this one as it broke this little opening range breakout here, and it is trying to churn higher as we speak. Right about the 730-ish level, 736, 740. Got a little position in that at 740. We'll see what it does for the rest of the day. It's taken it quite a while to have the 15-minute catch up to it. So when you're dealing with stocks like this, especially when you at least have 3 or 4 15-minute candles to look for, they could keep going and stay well elevated above this fast line. But a lot of the times they like to come down here and test it. This one didn't test it early on, so it's making me think that, as we catch up, hopefully the fast line will act as a little trampoline and keep pushing this thing higher. Seems like 750 is the sticking point right now. We'll see if it can move higher. Can you create a scanner for stocks in cup and handle breaking out on big volume? Well, cup and handles, are a little bit subjective. What I would look for, Iris, in those cases, instead of trying to create a scan specifically for a cup and handle, I would take what I call a high quality list or alert window. Example, the A table, one that Steve created here. We're going to have really high scores, in the 90s and the 80s. So I would tend to do kind of the reverse. And let me kind of segue with these windows, okay? Why do I watch these windows? Hey, and just as I was talking about it, ERJ popping a new high there, 751, 752. Hopefully, maybe if this thing keeps going, we might get another 87 cents out of it. But this is a great example for looking at a window not specifically designed for a cup and handle, but has high attributes regarding the stock in the form of some technical and fundamental strength in the A table. But it's just the same way with these windows right here. Why do I watch these high volume windows here with a new high or a new low respectively? Because I'm trying to find the ones that are exhibiting opening range breaks. So when we look at ERJ here, all right, here's where the break occurred, right here. Now, is this window entitled opening range breaks? No, it's not. But I know that any stock coming through here has the potential to exhibit the pattern that I'm looking for. All right. Obviously, a stock can't break this range without hitting a new high. So I'm just madly scanning through these stocks as they show up, and I'm seeing if the pattern that I'm looking for is intact, right? So if I scroll through just some of these at random, for example, this one, quadruple U, if I put a line up here, this was the right timing right here as the break was occurring. Now, it's already passed, so the timing has passed. This was where the, in my opinion, the decent entry could have been made. Of course, you would have set a pullback, but you'd be in the money thus far as it rides the 10 period. Okay, so that's the way it goes. It's better to create stock or create windows that have the characteristics that you're looking for, but they're not all going to be occurring at the exact right time. This Rada that Barry was talking about, right in this candle here, about an hour into it, look how beautiful and controlled that was. We got an opening range break with very little risk, 780-ish right here, 785. Prior low of the 15-minute candle, or the low of the prior 15-minute candle was 777. What a low risk. What a nice continuation. But I might have to look through 5, 10, 15, 20 stocks coming through this window before I see one with the right setup. So I would say the same thing would be true about scanning for stocks in this capacity. Go back to daily here. I would simply start scanning a list of high probability stocks, where we get the little swoop down and then the thing's flagging. Of course, we could go through here and not find any. And Iris, if you have an example of a stock that's exhibiting a cup and handle on the daily, go ahead and throw the symbol out there and we can take a look at it. And there's always ways to try to reverse engineer the window using stocks like this, things of that nature. But I hope just the idea of what I just described makes sense. And that's a common mistake for newer users to get into, is they want to create a window that's going to spit out the perfect pattern every time. And while that's not impossible, it's typically just not the most efficient way to go about the process. It would be nice, but is it possible? Yes. Is it highly probable? Probably not. Trying to figure out why the charts for some symbols occasionally have markup such as horizontal line that I did not put there and cannot remove. Okay, well, let's take a peek here. All right, you're talking about the horizontal orange line. And typically these only show up if we put them there by right-clicking, going to markup, and then just say horizontal line. Then I get a new one to show up. I can grab it and move it around. However, if you have an orange line on there and you want to get rid of it, as long as we get the crosshairs over it and then we hit the delete key, then you can remove the orange horizontal line. So Wolfhound, let me know if that's what's going on there or if it's a different type of line that you're talking about. And there goes the RADA again. Smallish type float. Typically, 20 million is kind of the magic number that we would say something is a small float, but not exactly a large float on RADA. Okay, so Wolfhound, if you hover over the line, you don't get the little crosshair showing itself. And just to confirm, that is an orange line. ENLV. Let's see here. Okay, so here's my 15-minute on ENLV. The only studies that I have, the green, the purplish, and the blue line, are my moving averages that we can see up here. Same thing with my daily. So do you see the line that you're referencing on my charts, or is it just on yours? Interesting. And are you on the web version or the downloadable client? And Wolfhound, are you running the downloadable client like I have up here, or are you on the web version? Okay, so you are on the client. Interesting. And that is, are you looking at what time frame? 5, 10, 15, 20, or is it daily? And when you're seeing the orange line that you say you did not insert, is it on an intraday chart or is it on the daily? Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's 5, 10, or 15. That's interesting because the orange lines are typically the ones that we have to put on there. What you might want to do is, for example, if I kill my chart and then I right click and duplicate my daily, and let's push it back over here and convert it back to 15 minutes. Try that. Try killing your intraday, spawning a longer term or new chart, and see if the orange line stays. Hello, Mike. How are you, sir? So it's on the date. It's on all your charts. You got a mysterious line Yeah, I'm just trying to think about this. Um, Maybe you could take a screenshot, drop it in the chat panel here. That way I could have a visual on it. And it looks like Holly is not doing too shabby over here. If we check out the toolbar over here, looks like 2.0 is responsible for most of the gains. Now keep in mind these values here are based around executing 100 shares per trade. All the values that you see here in my AI window, and let's just stretch it out here because not a whole lot of red on Holly's blotter today. I've got mine sorted by moderate profit, and I've got my AI set up to risk $100 per trade, as you can see right here. So all the values that you see here are based on risking $100. I've also had Holly executing every trade in paper mode over here in Brokerage Plus, so we can see all of the positions here. And what I'd like to point out here real quick, all right, Wolfhound, I discovered these appear if I click the symbol from the breakout scanner. Ah, okay. I tell you what, Wolfhound, do me a favor, drop the breakout scanner that you're using, drop that cloud link into the chat panel here, and I'll load it up. And I think I know what you are seeing there, but go ahead and drop that cloud link in there for that window. I'll load it up over here and we'll take a peek. While we're waiting for that cloud link to show up, just wanted to take a moment here to go over what we call slippage in the AI and Brokerage Plus. So here we can see the AI's entry prices for all the positions here. And then we can see what my fills were in simulated mode and the slippage that occurred. So right off the bat here we can see PIN, a relatively liquid stock. The AI's entry price was 192.30. My entry price in the sim was 192.31. So I only took 1 penny of slippage on the PEN fill. JHG. Let's see if that's the right one. Tailwind. Yep, that was the first one. We have to use the first one. AI's fill price was 30.35. And I took 6 cents of slippage on JHG at 30.41. So you can imagine once you go through here and add up all the slippage, that's a great way to estimate how you would be performing if you were in live mode versus demo mode. Vladimir, to your question, do you trade AI on an everyday basis? Well, I do not automate it on an everyday basis. Automation typically, if you're going to automate all the AI signals, there are some people out there that like to engage in this type of trading because it's more of a statistical edge, right? Because the AI is bringing us signals that have significant statistical weight behind them, right? So Holly's having a great day today. I'm running in moderate risk mode. So if we go to the AI tab here, right click, and I say edit long trading instructions, you can see my risk mode is moderate, simply meaning that after the entry is made, it's going to use a stop loss, throw the stop loss out there, but it's not going to get out with any of the other exits that the AI executes in conservative mode, like a timed exit, or a profit target, or a reduced risk, or a profit save, right? Just puts the stop loss in. Either the stop loss gets hit or it doesn't. Otherwise, it'll try to hold the position until 5 minutes till the close. And of course, we can manually exit if we feel the need as well. So back to the question, if you plan on using the AI on an everyday basis, number one, we always urge everybody to give it at least a month running things in simulation mode so that you get used to it, okay? Because the AI doesn't make money every day. It has its losing days, just like any person or system. So if you're going to play the statistical game, then it would make sense to take all trades all the time so that you have the best chance of letting the statistics play out in your favor. Okay. Now, I don't automate the AI every day live. I do automate it every day in simulated mode just so I can keep tabs on it. But I do watch the AI every day, and I watch every single play that comes out, because a lot of the times they'll have characteristics of the chart pattern that I typically like to look for in manual mode. So when you have a statistically weighted signal, and then you happen to notice, hey, this thing has high volume, and it just happens to have maybe an auxiliary pattern that could play out. Let's see if we can find one today. Let me just push this over here, and we'll take a peek here. Let me just run down the signals here. Okay, here's an interesting one in JHG. Okay, so keep in mind this was a double signal. We had the first one come out about 17 minutes into the open here at 8:47 Central Standard Time, and then almost, let's see, hour and 45 minutes in, a different strategy signaled JHG again. So we have two buy signals. But if we look at this first one, okay, here's where the signal came out. These are 15-minute candles. So second 15-minute candle of the day. The high had already been put in, so I'm going to draw a line here. The low had also been put in. Got a line down there at the stop loss for us. Okay, so opening range had been marked off in the first 15 minutes to the high and the low. And then that second 15-minute candle, we get a buy signal come in from the AI at 30.35 cents. Now, first and foremost, the tailwind strategy was the strategy. Let me find my strategy tab here. Where did it go? There it went. I got it on my other monitor here, so give me a second. Where are you hiding there? Well, I thought I found it. Strategy trades. Ah, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so JHG, the first signal was from tailwind. Come down here, we look at tailwind. Coming into the session today, odds of 59.5% success. Tailwind's kicked out 3 trades. It's batting 1,000 today. It's 3 for 3. But right off the bat, we didn't know that. We didn't know how the strategy was going to perform for the day. But we knew that we had close to 60% odds of the signal working. So that's the first gold star, right? We got the odds on our side. Now, got a little inside candle here on the 15-minute time frame. So I would immediately go to, well, there's a potential for a secondary pattern in the form of a range break to present itself later in the day. But we never knew during this entry candle here, right? We're like, okay, if it comes up here and breaks that range, that opening range break, that'd be a great time to add to the position. Or if this trade failed, we go down here and stop out. But everything's going to happen in this little range that's developed thus far, right? Of course, things worked out in our favor. We come up here, we almost tap it, and that next 15-minute candle here, we break that opening range break. Now, this was a pattern, a potential pattern that might unfold, and lo and behold, it did unfold. So we've got statistical probability on our side first. We also have very good volume coursing through JHG, still rocking a 6.47 relative volume. Stock usually only trades 1.42 million. It's already approaching 2 million. 5-minute volume, still 2.5 times normal. Still good on the relative side. All right, so volume is still coursing through it. So we got statistical probability on our side. We have a secondary pattern that unfolded, allowing us to add to the position. A little bit of a pullback, but nothing to worry about. And then boom, higher highs, right? So we had statistical probability, the chances of a secondary pattern playing out, which did, and we've got excellent volume. So when you can start stacking components like that, 3 in a row, it's what I like to call a 3-star trade: statistical probability, volume, and the potential for a secondary pattern to unfold that allows us to add to the position and really leverage it. That's a great setup. 3 stars, boom, boom, boom. Now, do they always work like this? No, sometimes they fail with 3 stars. But more times than not, when I see things like this lining up, things typically work out. So that's one way to, you got many different ways to interact with the AI. You can just run the statistical data sets every day and play that game, or you can check out each and every play as the AI produces it and see if it fits other criteria that you look for. So I hope that makes sense. All right, Wolfhound, still waiting on that cloud link. Be happy to take a look when you drop it in here. And the question is, what is Tailwind and Anchored VWAP looking for as far as strategies? Or is that a VWAP, or are you referring to Anchored VWAP? Because there is an Anchored VWAP. All right, let me scroll up here. Maybe I just missed it. Wolfhound, I'm not seeing the cloud link in the chat panel here. I even scrolled up a little bit and I do not see it. And give me 1 second, just trying to find a document. Okay, so don't know what's going on with that cloud link. I tell you what, let me, I could try to shut down my chat and reopen it, because that might be the issue here, so stand by. Popping chat out one more time. Yeah, and I still do not see the cloud link, Wolfhound. Sorry about that. I don't know. Maybe they've disabled. Well, let me test that theory. I don't know why it wouldn't be showing up. We do this all the time in here. Okay, so I just dropped a cloud link in there that you can see, but I just don't see a cloud link from you in there. Unless, since I'm the moderator here, it allows me to drop a cloud link, but not you. Okay, we'll get to the VWAP strategy here, and then I'll get around to your question, Steve. Now the question is, did it show up today? Because VWAP, volume weighted average price, right? That is the average price at which most of the shares for any stock have traded today, or in any time frame. So, for example, if I pull up ride. And the only reason I'm using ride as an example is because it has relatively few days of trading. It went public back on the 26th of October. Of course, these moving averages here, got the 10 period, got the 20 period. But what if I wanted to show volume-weighted average price for the entire history? So this could easily be an intraday chart pattern. But if I come up here, when we can anchor a VWAP, click on the little anchor and say, okay, I want to start on the first day of trading. Notice it added the purple line. I don't know why it did it twice. Hold on a second. Okay, now the purple line represents the average weighted volume of all shares that have traded since RIDE has been in existence. Now notice what's happening. It took a pullback. I mean, it got a nice run. We broke out of this level right here. Boom, there's that same breakout pattern, but on a daily as opposed to a 15-minute. And we got a nice lift from 2188, topped out around 30-ish. Okay, nice run in RIDE. Stock's probably going to be higher by the end of 2021, but stocks don't just keep going up. They have to take a little pullback. And notice the purple line coinciding here. Notice where RIDE pulled back to, and now it's bouncing. As soon as it hit that volume-weighted average price, boom, it's taking a bounce. Got the nice little up motion today. So you can apply this theory to intraday charts or long-term charts. You can anchor it, you can not anchor it, but volume-weighted average price is typically, it originated from institutional trading, because still to this very day, let's say you're an institutional client, you run a hedge fund, and you call the guy that does your trades up and you say, hey, you got to get me out of 1 million IBM today, or 1 million GE, or 1 million of whatever, right? Even for a liquid stock, they can't just go out there and hit market sell. They would have too much price impact. They'd drive the stock down too much. The client getting out would not be pleased. So in a nutshell, volume weighted average price is used to grade traders on the institutional side. So if the guy got the guy out at on his 1 million shares of IBM at the VWAP, yeah, he did an okay job. He got it out at the average price for the day's trading. If he got the guy out above VWAP, well, then he might get a bonus. And if he got the guy out below VWAP, well, then he might just get fired. Okay, so that's the way the institutions, when they're buying and selling, that's how they use the VWAP, and that's why you'll see stocks take big VWAP excursions and a lot of the times come right back down to it, right? So if I took this window and I duplicated it, and instead of watching new high, I just went over here and I said, okay, let's look for VWAP divergence to the upside. And by the way, anytime you want the specific definition of any of the alerts or filters and you're in the alert config area in the search tab, you want the exact definition here, all you have to do is hit that help button. It's going to spawn a browser and give you the exact definition. But we're going to add this guy. We're going to say, okay, only stocks that have diverged 3% from the VWAP. And here's a little tip. If we put a quality column in here, it's going to give us the exact value of the VWAP excursion. All right, so EVK, nice little gap up, heading higher. Look, at present time, it's 10%. It's taking a 10% VWAP excursion. When we look at the day, the action becomes a lot more visible. Here on the intraday, number one, here's that same pattern again. Nice little range break, heading higher, 10 period in control. Big gap up over here. That's why we're seeing such a huge VWAP. All right. So a lot of people like to try to short these things, but that is a tricky business. It's a little bit like stepping in front of the old freight train. Specifically on this one, because when we look at the daily, where we try to ascertain where the next level of supply might come in by looking to the left. Well, where might it bump its head? Are we seeing all the data here? Let's go to weekly. Okay, so notice once it got up to this area way back in 2014, we got ahead of ourselves here and then we pulled right back to that level. So at present time, this area of congestion here is acting as supply or resistance perfectly. So from a speculative standpoint, if one were to short this, you'd have to give it all the way up here as a wiggle. So, about a point, right? In hopes that it backs off and you get paid on the short side. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. We've got a finicky mute button here. All right, I think we're back on. Okay, so I hope that sheds a little light on volume weighted average price and any strategy that Holly shows up with. It could be playing, going with the VWAP or countering the VWAP, depending on if it's a long or a short. PRTH taking a nice excursion today as well. No big gap, but that's the weekly. Let's go back to daily here. See, no big gap, just a lot of movement, Once again, here's that small dollar stock. Here's that nice range break. First peck above here, a little consolidation, and then boom, boom, boom. Higher move, 10 period in control. Yeah, well, I don't know why it's doing that. So the name of the scanner that you're looking at is the momentum scanner. Did you get it from the Trader's Vault? Because I can just easily go over there and we can check that out. Matter of fact, I'll just pull one from my cloud because I want to see if what I think is true. This one should do it as well. Let's see if this one's doing it. Okay, so notice I just clicked on AD&T and I've got a red line up here that I did not put up here. I've also got a red line over here. Okay. Okay, and the breakout scanner that he's using, if you check out the alert, I'm going to guess it's using new high. And okay, I see your comment like that. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are not lines that we define and you cannot erase them. Now the reason that this is occurring is if we look at the alert that's being used here, it's new high. Okay, so when you see the red line here, this is telling us this could act as the next short-term resistance area. And notice how AD&T just crept up to that level and it's almost up there. So when it gets up there, it's either going to pull back or it's going to continue through, okay? Because that is a function of new high. If I took this window here, which is also using new high, and I'm going to expand it out a little bit and I'm going to add a column here. Description, we'll go ahead and add description and quality. Okay, so check out when we use new high as the trigger for HCHC. Okay, notice my red line is over here, right? At roughly 375. What is the description telling me? Next resistance is going to be at 375 back from 625 2020. Okay, so it's talking about here it's doing the work for you, because normally if the red line weren't there, let's pretend that we were long HCHC from earlier in the day. We're enjoying a nice profit now. We're trying to figure out, okay, how much room does this thing have before we might run into some potential supply? Well, when we use new high, it tells us. And it goes ahead and maps it out on the chart here. So we don't have to go over here and go, oh, well, I think it's this level, this little area of congestion. It marks it off specifically. We can see, hey, if this thing's running, it could get all the way up to 377. So that's where we should attempt to get out if we feel so compelled, right? So description, it's mapping out the next level of short-term resistance, potential short-term resistance, and it's identifying it on the chart for you so you don't have to. All right, so hopefully that makes sense, Wolfhound. That is going to be a derivative of using new high as the alert or the trigger. Okay, so mystery solved. I still don't know why your cloud links aren't coming through, but oh well. All right, let me back up here. I probably missed a few questions. All right, Steve, you were referring to JHG, and it's based on the current. Is it repeating? Well, let's pull it back up here. Okay, if you're referring to this breakout here, they can repeat. So if this one is strong and the buying continues, then we'd have to use the top of that wick there. But notice it's acting just like it did down here. So there is a potential here that if we come back up here and the volume remains strong, let's take a peek. We're still enjoying nice volume. It's starting to slow down a little bit on the smaller time frames here. 1 minute, I just like to have up here for giggles. I really pay attention to the 5 minute. Let's see, what am I? Pointer. There we go. I like to watch the 5 minute. 55% of normal, 100% would be normal volume. So it's kind of going to sleep, and the chart tells us the same thing, but still, 10 period seems to be in control. So what I would expect from JHG is probably just some sideways action until the volume comes in. At which point it's either probably going to go down here and test this 10 period, or it's going to go test a new high and maybe attempt to head higher. And if it does, then what are we looking at as far as potential head bumping? Okay, so now here we are looking at the weekly chart. Notice got a few too many lines up here, so I'm going to just kind of can some of them here. All right. So my eyes would be drawn to exactly where it is. Notice we're at the, well, where did my line go? There we go. See this little area of congestion back from 2018 on the weekly? We've come to a dead stop right there. Now, if it does get frisky and want to continue, then I'd probably have to look at this wick over here. And you can do the same thing on the daily. It's just that when we're looking far back, I just prefer to mark it up in weeks. Okay, so if it does get frisky and it punches through that level, then the top of that wick coinciding with this area back here, it might have room up to 33 and change. But yes, it is a potential repeat of this pattern on the intraday right now. All right, just backing up here to see if I missed anything. Hello to you as well, Ryan. And yes, I do have a document for all the AI strategies. Let me just get somebody to dump it in my Slack here. I really need to go through and do some bookmark cleaning. Okay, as soon as that link comes through, I will drop it in here for you guys. That'll explain all the AI strategies. That is correct, Steve. No volume now. Okay, I got that document. Stand by. And they're telling me it needs to be updated, but this is the version that we currently have. And okay, there is the link for you guys for the AI strategy descriptions. Let's see, and I believe the question earlier was on the tailwind strategy. This strategy uses a pullback in price to trigger the entry. And I got to tell you, when it comes to pullback entries, let's see here. Perfect example was ERJ today. Saw it a little late, and I'm thinking to myself, well, do I want to chase it? Probably not. It's probably going to pull back a little bit, and sure enough, in the following 15-minute candle, or about 30 minutes later, it did take a pullback right to the break level. So, you know, a lot of the times we don't want to miss the trade, so we go ahead and chase it, and then we have to sit a more severe pullback, especially with these smaller stocks. They're running with momentum. Might want to split it up a little bit if you're for, you know, because sometimes they just keep going. They don't pull back. So it's always a good thing to kind of split it up. Go, okay, I'll do half here, and then if it pulls back, I'll do the other half. Worst case scenario, I just do a half lot, and I still get the move, but I'm not playing the chase game. No problem on that list. Steve, yeah, it should be just 2 clicks up. I can go ahead and dump it in one more time just for giggles here. Hold on. Okay, there it is one more time. All right, 44 minutes after the hour. Means we got about 15 minutes left. Yeah, I don't know what the mystery is today with these cloud links. Wolfhounds wouldn't show up. Now mine are not showing up. Very odd. Okay, well, we can just do it the old-fashioned way, Steve. Fortunately, it's a very short URL up here. Basically, it's our homepage, tradeideas.com/AI-strategies. So just the TI website /AI-strategies. Correct. It is part of the TI website. Okay, do you guys still see my screen? Can you see me moving this window around? Just want to make sure my connection didn't drop. Anybody? Okay, thank you, Mike. I can just try to type it manually here. Let's see if this works. /A AI strategies. That will get you to the AI descriptions. All right, looks like the some of these positions of the AI are continuing. Pin up a nice 6.5%. Not a bad percent winner today. These windows are going a little cold right now. If we take a look at the overall, I mean, this is some really intraday low volume on the SPY. Look how low volume we are in general. The SPY only kicking out 0.56 on the relative scale today, so about a little over half normal volume. And look how sleepy it is on the smaller time frames. 20% on the 5, 19% on the 10, 0.56 on relative volume. I mean, this is the epitome of low volume day. And the SPY just kind of inchworming around. 10 period lost control. Now it's all about the 20 on the intraday. Looks like it tested it one time here, one time here. We'll see if we can reclaim the 10 before the day is out, because if we do get a little selling, what might we expect to the downside? Go back to the daily over here. And since we broke above to new all-time highs, the previous ceiling is now acting as the floor, right? So if we did have some selling come in, well, the floor right here would be potential downside. How do I get alerts for bullish soldier pattern? Well, I must confess, I'm not real familiar with the bullish soldier pattern. I see your next comment, though. It has something to do with consecutive candles. Okay. Cyberg, do you have an example of a stock exhibiting the bullish soldier pattern today that we could take a look at? Okay, Double N, you'd like to share a strategy that you crafted out of the marble block, is that right? I made it a day trade. Looks pretty good. I'd like to share yeah, I'm always happy to take a look. Matter of fact, that's why I handed it out in office hours, because it's a blank canvas, or a blank, not a blank canvas. It's a marble block that can be carved into a beautiful strategy. So I would love to see it, assuming you can get the cloud link to show up in the chat. And Sibirk, while I'm waiting on you to either give me an example of that pattern today, we can always pull up consecutive candles and take a peek at stuff. So for example, if I spawn a new top list here, let's see what we got going here. Let's just say I blank it out from scratch. And we just go through here and we put in some generic things. And then I go to consecutive candles. And, I don't know what time frame you might be referring to there, Cyberk, but, I'll just pick days as an example. And we say add the filter, and I only want to see things that have 3 consecutive up days. And I'll also show that as a column. And it's always nice to have price and volume today. Maybe a little relative volume to start the party. Okay. So now anything on this list will meet the filter criteria and have a minimum of 3 consecutive up days. Wow. RPD. Look at those consecutive up days. Wow. 15 of them to be exact. OCUL kicking out 9 consecutive up days. Fate coming in at 8. Trying to turn in a red day today. It is too long to be dropped here. Is it just not letting you drop it into the chat panel? Double in? What does it do when you try to paste the cloud link in here? Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mike. It must be some type of administrative thing. So what I'd recommend is you can send that cloud link directly to info@trade-ideas.com and ask them to forward it to Jamie, and I can take a look at it. So yeah, send the cloud link to info@trade-ideas.com. Just reference, please forward this to Jamie, and then I can retrieve it out of Help Scout for you. No problem. And Iris, which window was it that you wanted me to share specifically? Perfect, double in. Yeah, that's the cool thing about the marble block is it's such a big strategy, and just in case anybody is going, what in the world are they talking about here? I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Okay. New high being used. And you're like, wow, look at that filter set. Okay. Now, lots of filters. I did some preliminary optimization on this data set, only using the range filters and the VWAP filters first. Those are my areas of interest. I'm like, okay, I want to try to sketch something out that looks good, only using those filters in the optimization process. So if we give this back test a spin here, we're starting 5 minutes after the open. This was designed for a swing trade. You can see, get me out at the market open day after tomorrow. So a little over a day hold, using just a 1-point stop across the board, back testing 40 days. And what you're going to see here are what you might call favorable results, but still with a huge amount of trades, which gives us the ability to perform further optimization using the entire filter set to create something completely different with a manageable amount of trades. So Iris, you're referring to the one I just spawned here with the consecutive days, right? Yeah, I'd be happy to. This is just showing you stocks with a minimum of 3 consecutive up days with some generic volume filtering in there. Well, let's retitle this first. Okay, so there's the consecutive up days. And I'd also be happy to share the marble block here. Okay, so first check out this back test. I mean, you got pretty darn good results here. You got a pretty good daily showing up with 1,321 trades still there, okay, which gives you plenty of room to go through the other filters, which are vast, right, and seeing what you can put together. When you might want to design something for the intraday time frame or the longer term time frame. But you know what? For some reason that sounds, I could have swore there were more trades coming through here. Let me see if I grabbed a different version here. Let me just see if I get the same results here. I could just be thinking there should be more trades. But still, 1300 is a nice block to shave down because, you know, if you get 10 trades coming through in a 40-day period, that's 400. Okay, this is more like it. See, we got close to 3,000 coming through, so that's the one I was looking for. I must have made some adjustments to that other one and forgot to rename it. Okay, so I'm going to drop this link in there. And for those of you who would like to try to optimize this into something special, there's the link for you. Hopefully it showed up. All right, Double N, I will take a look at that. Thank you for sharing. All right, we got about 2 minutes left. I'm sure Barry will make an appearance here pretty soon, but wow, this hour just kind of went poof. And I tell you what, let's just go look. Here's one I've been playing around with, a different more optimized version of that one. Okay, Barry, I see you in there. Yeah, that is really odd, Bill. You're not seeing the link either? Well, I'll dump it out one more time, and if you can't find it, just do the good old info at trade-ideas.com. Tell them you want that link, and I'll have to send it to you the old-fashioned way if you're still unable to see the link in the chat.
All right, guys. Again, I'm going to be doing my video pretty soon. There's no way I can have this one while I'm doing my video, but take a look at it. The reason I can't is because it's way too whippy. Well, there you go, guys. There you go. How much? Yeah, this looks too strong. I don't see a fade in it yet. The ADTN. All right, Jamie. I'm actually logged in or started to stream about a minute ago. All right, guys. So I think I'm back live on the YouTube feed. So this is my cue now. I will do my video right now. And let's see. All right, so if you do want to not follow along, but if you want to subscribe to my video that I do every day, just click on that my homepage link and where it says recap videos. Click here and you'll sign up for it. It'll usually go out a couple of hours after I finish them. Sent to your email, okay? All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'm certainly seeing a very, in the stuff that I'm following, kind of a choppy day. You know, actually, this is not bad at all. I'm on the 5 minute straight up, little pop, little base, little jump here. But, you know, I mean, look, I mean, these are difficult. I mean, look at that NSCO. I mean, I said in the video, I mean, that's a great move, and then he just gave it up. And yet it was on volume. So it just goes to show. It doesn't mean just because it gets the volume that it's going to continue. I mean, that just basically wiped it out. I mean, look at XPAV. I mean, it is starting to come back, but do you trust it? You know, big pop, pre-market, drop, came up, came down. I mean, do you trust it now? Sorry, guys. Sorry. You know, we get the odd email coming in. It just makes me chuckle. And I hope you're not. If you're in the room, I mean, you know, the gentleman has, it looks like 70 filters in place and wondering why not getting any alerts. Pretty tough to have 70 filters in a strategy and to think you're going to get any alerts from them. Yeah, if it comes in, that one stock a year that comes in. Yeah, I don't even think I'm not exaggerating. You know, I don't want to put it in here in case if you're in the room. I'm not trying to make fun of you, okay? But that, I mean, that's the reason, though. That's the reason. The reason, you know, why am I not getting any alerts? I mean, you know, the filters are fabulous for whittling down that universe of stocks, of course, but you can obviously go overboard. All right, well, this ADTN may be starting to curl down again. I'd like to see it take that out. I mean, if it takes that out, that might be a nice little short. That's around 1380. Looks like there's a little bit of support right there in the 2 minute chart. Also on the, you know, bottoming tails on the 5. I'd like to see it pierce, and then, you know what? The 8 EMA is starting to curl. Let's see if it catches up to that 20 SMA. I mean, the alpha predator channel, really what it's looking for stocks like this. It's looking for stocks that are having maybe abnormal movements. You know, they're kind of trading what we always refer to the alpha stocks as those stocks that are more or less trading on their own. They don't care what the overall market's doing, don't really care what the sector is doing. So I mean, if I looked at it, you know, I'm sure I would probably see a lot of stocks that are in here. But that's in theory is what it's doing. I think it probably has a volume burst in it. Where is that alpha predator channel? Yeah, so I'm sure there's a volume component, like a volume burst. All you have to do is, you know, just right click and see what they're using. So you can see right there, the volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 300% of normal. Okay, that's kind of the metric. So it should be moving now. And this might be a couple of time frames. So 5 minutes, at least 250% of normal. So this is also looking for stocks that are near the top of the day, well, within 30% of the high of the day, things like that. Lower floats, I suppose, 25 million and less. But again, this is probably one of the key metrics, volume bursts. So kind of something, you know, the action is heating up now. And you could take any one of those, as I've said before. You could take any one of them. Imagine this is one of the ones from any one of the channels. You right click, configure, summary. If you like the filters as they are, fine. If not, you can make some changes to either the values, maybe add a filter, take out a filter, whatever you want to do. Once you've done it, then right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, and save. Now it's in the cloud, and you can go through each channel like that, extracting windows that look interesting to you. And then you can start off with a blank screen just by getting rid of everything. Windows, close all the windows. So now you've got a blank screen, and then you can bring back those saved ones one by one. You know, just right click or click on it, load, find another one, load. And that's how you can build your own layout out of all the scans that we've created for you in all the different channels. And again, once you've done that, save your layout to the cloud. Now, there are a lot of reasons why you should save your layout to the cloud. Two main ones. First of all, if anything happens to if you're using a desktop like I am, if anything happened to it, well, you have to get a new desktop, no problem. You know, get a new one, load our program, and then load from the cloud. Okay, because everything is in the cloud. Just have to load from the cloud, so you don't have to recreate everything you've done. So that's one. Two, if you have multiple devices, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. All right, you can load the program down to as many devices as you want. You can only have the program open one device at a time, but let's say I've got a laptop, I download the program, and then file load from cloud. All right, so I don't have to recreate everything, each device. So I always save individual windows to the cloud and the layouts to the cloud. The other reason is if you ever decide that you want to disconnect from trade ideas for a while, stop trading, and then if you come back, take out a subscription again, as long as you use the same email address that you used before, everything is still waiting for you. So a lot of advantages to saving everything to the cloud. Nope, it did not drop. That was just a, so look at this. Little pullback here in the 2 minute, little pullback here in the 2 minute. Will another one start? But the trend is up for ADTN, definitely. I saw Vince, and I'm surprised they're still around. Vince. I guess they're barely hanging on. Yeah, so the question was, is there a way to delete things from the cloud? So yeah, just go File, where it says Load from Cloud. You just click on Load from Cloud, and then you pick something, highlight it, and delete. And you can do multiple. You can actually highlight as many as you want. Or, okay. Did you get that, Ryan? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Well, all the criteria have to be all the criteria. If for alerts, no, alerts are OR features. So I could put in here basic new highs and lows. I only have one alert, a new high. But if I added a new 5-minute high or a new 15-minute high, it would alert. So alerts are ORs. So a 5-minute high or a new high or a new 30-minute high or. Filters are ANDs. My price range is this, and it has to be a minimum volume, and it has to be up a certain amount, and. Alerts are ORs, yes. I rarely have, in fact, I don't think I have, I'm not sure, I don't think I have one of my scans that has more than one alert in it. One alert, I think it would just get too overwhelming. Yeah, so I mean, the more filters you have, the fewer alerts you're going to get. Makes sense, right? Because you're starting to tighten things up. But you want to have a fine line between too many filters and not enough. When you're creating a scan that you want, you always start off with the filters. I just to let's do one right from scratch, a new alert window. Just like it says, start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay, so now when I click on the summary, nothing's in here. Okay, so let's just say I really thought that 30-minute opening range breaks were great. Okay, so I can put a price range I want to look at. Let's go 1 to 30. Now, and you can always search, if I'm looking for volume, specific volume. So if I want to put an average 5-day volume, I could do it. So let's just put 500,000 shares. Is that right? Now I put 5 million. That's why I always like to go to the excuse me, go to the summary. It tells me as I'm building it. Now I can go relative volume, so I want it to be trading somewhat abnormally. So I can put, say, 3. Excuse me, sorry. How about, and the volume today? Let's make it 1 million. Okay, so, sorry. So you see how I'm building a scan, just with some, here are my filters. All right, so if this is enough, and I want to see the stock up from the open. So I want the change from the open in percent. I want it to be 2. Again, I'm just making this up. Click on summary. So here we go. So now I'll select an alert. And I was talking about a 30-minute opening range break. Okay. Now, I may not get any. I mean, we're way past 30 minutes, but say okay. Oh, I forgot to, just a second. I forgot to check this. Add the alert. Got to add the alert. And then check it. Okay. Okay. So there. So there is a 30-minute opening range break. And you can see right off the bat here, see how this popped right up here to 14, this is 15 minutes. So there was the high in the first 30 minutes, because here's the second 15-minute candle. So you would not get an alert until it broke that high, as an example. That's why the alert happened at 14.45 price. All right. And then, now, did it move from there? I mean, I just to demonstrate how you can do that. But that's how you build your own scans. And if you started to get way too many, as an example, way too many alerts, then you start to, okay, you look at it, and you say, okay, maybe I should, make this tighter. Maybe it has to be up 4% from the open. 2 million shares, okay. I mean, this is pretty tight the way it is, I think, in terms you're probably not going to get too many. And then if you're not getting enough, then you start reducing things. So you have to tinker. No right or wrong. Well, GKK, what are you doing with, are you still holding on to Mara for the end of the month? Wow, look at this one. Now this may have had a symbol name change. Not sure if it did, but you've got to go back to 2014 before we see these highs for RADA. This will probably be on my watch list for tomorrow. Look at the volume that came in today. 12 times normal. It's possible. 35 million. I mean, it's not a crazy low float. You know, a lot of times you'll see 2, 3, 4 million. You know for sure they've had a reverse split. I mean, it's possible. Though it doesn't look like it. I mean, I went back to 2014. It's not like a lot of times when we see these reverse splits and we go back, you'll see, you know, on our charts it'll show like $1,000 or $2,000, which is, you know, what it really is adjusted for the split. What the heck is Tesla doing? Tesla actually had an upgrade this morning, right? I think it was from Goldman. Yeah, I can share. You won't have these two windows here, okay? But everything else you'll have. But if you want those two, you can always add them from my scans. Okay? Now remember, it's a layout. It's a layout, so if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. I know I repeat myself, and I will always, always repeat myself, because there'll be the person that has spent a month creating their layout and forget to save it to the cloud, and it's gone. Just above you, Arnell, right above you. Here's the link right here. Just above. Okay, it's right there. Yeah, it's a sinking feeling. You hit that and you go, oh no, I forgot to save my layout. I mean, a lot of times it's not that big a deal, you know. I mean, but it's just a pain. All right, this EVK looks like it wants to break out again. Well, it already has, but it's choppy on this 2 minute. A little less choppy on the 5. Some volume coming in. What is the high here? Wow, way up here, 835. Look at the volume coming in. See on that 5 minute? Volume coming in. All right, well, Kirk actually, well, that would have been an excellent short right up here at 20, around 20. It's starting to fade now. Kirk is starting to fade. Well, unfortunately, the trade of the week, I think it got too wrapped up in the EVs, of course, with what was happening. I mean, it was awesome. I mean, way up here, 767. So if you got into the trade of the week on Monday, around that sixth level, which was the trigger, plenty of time to do that. You had to hopefully take some out. 767 from, say, six. There's $1.60 on a $7 stock. Great, or $6 to $7 stock, great percentage move. But unfortunately, it's been kind of thumped with the rest of the sector is just not really alive right now. I mean, yes, there are moves. But remember what remember this is Monday. I mean, this is what NIO got up to. I'm sorry, the daily chart. Um, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So, at the high, it was still having, still pretty good. 54, 23, not that far from a high of the day. And then, this started happening, and then this started happening. Yeah, I mean, it might be. I mean, obviously, if it can just clear seven again, it's got all this room here. All right, ADTN does not want to stop here, guys, and it still has some room. Look at the monthly chart. 1537 is the high, so it's got about $1 until it hits that high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Well, guys, not a lot happening for me. Not too many new alerts coming in. Show how the backtester works, okay? So this is the strategy. A lot of people think that, an opening 30-minute or 15-minute opening range break should be a good strategy. So let's just see what would happen. This is how the backtester works. Of course, it's 10 o'clock because you obviously cannot get an alert until 10 on a 30-minute. I'm just going to simulate the buy. Let's just see what would have happened. So this is going back 63 days, trading days, which is 3 months. It's going to look at every single occurrence when those filters values were met. So it had the right price range, volume, all that stuff. And if a stock made a 30-minute, took out the 30-minute opening range. Now, don't do this. I mean, I'm doing this right now, but it's really, middle of the day, it's not when you do this. You wait for the market to close. We've got a lot going on, so that's why it has just slowed down. And you can see it's just kind of stuck. Normally when you do it after hours, it's very quick. Ah, you'll never shake me from my Samsungs. Never. Okay, now this is stuck a little bit more. Let me try it again. Here we go. So you got. Now I don't back test it. I just don't do it anymore. But for those of you who do, you need a premium service for this. Yeah, this is just really it's too because there's too much going on. It's just getting stuck here. Try it again. You never back test again. You never back test during market hours. The idea is to create a strategy, back test it once the market's closed. You'll see what I was going to hopefully show you. Yeah, it looks like it wants to stall here for some reason. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just put this on another monitor and see if it ever starts up again. Meanwhile, ADTN is just, yeah, this is a great alert from the AI. So look at it right here. It's still not quite the top one. This is the 192, and it's still has, well, actually, it's starting to drop a little bit. But 1341 to 1432 for the AI for ADTN. I wish I'd seen that earlier. It's right in the price range that I like. I personally just like the ones under $20. I don't remember seeing Lazar. I guess it's Lazar, right? Or I don't know what it is. Oh, this is. Well, is this a an IPO today? Ooh, Kaiser. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Okay, the SPAC that went live today. Okay, thank you. What was the SPAC, Tin Man? Yeah, that's the problem with the RBI Windows CyberK. That's why I don't use it. Not enough filters. You remember what the symbol was before? What the SPAC was for laser? GMHI. Thank you. Was that the Gore Metropolis? I guess it was. No, nice move. I mean, closed yesterday at 18. Nice move. Thank you, Bob. I see you answered that in the stocks only also. Okay. Well, I'm definitely, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that's a nice gap up above where it closed yesterday. Sensors going into Volvo cars. Okay. I don't know what you're looking at then, Bern. I mean, you can see in our charts, there's no data unless this was, some other another company with the same symbol and the company disappeared. Okay, that's all I can think of. And that happens, a company disappears, and then another company comes along a couple of years later, likes the symbol and takes it. I mean, I don't know if that's for sure, but again, I don't know for sure. Yeah, we're pulling for you. No kidding, Kaiser. Again, the Brazilian stock. I mean, look at these Brazilian stocks. AMC certainly. Well, AMC got hit earlier. Oh, it's interesting. It had the pop and now down, but they're doing a financing, $200 million financing. Sorry, 200 million shares. Now, files to sell up. You know what? I'm wrong. They filed to sell up to 200 million shares, so that doesn't mean they're going to issue 200 million shares. They have. So that is an up to. So that is not that they're going to release 200 million shares onto the market. They said better not. And CNK. Yeah, I mean, listen. Some of these other ones. I mean, we talked about. Somebody asked earlier about PK. Is it a good? I mean, this is this is pure virus play. The optimism. I think. Now, my personal opinion, though, it's going to take a bit for people to pack into theaters, even if they say, you're allowed 25% or 50%. I just think that people are, going to be really leery of packing into an enclosed space, whereas, going to a hotel, a little bit different. That's my opinion, of course. And all right, guys. So today is Thursday. So today is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, which I attend. How is BlackBerry doing? The big pop and sizzle of 2 days ago, but just kind of drifting down now. But you know what? It's holding this level here. I mean, who knows? Somebody put a $5 price target on it, some analyst. Oh, look at EVK now. It's over 8 EVK. I wonder if this will have a surge. At least, well, look at this. It was, and then it just dropped. Look at the volume that came in, though. And now look at it. I mean, boy, this is so whippy. Why? 3.9 million shares in the stock, or in the float. Boy, this RATA is really interesting. I mean, it's not a super low float, 35 million. Yeah, I can see that, Bob. Yeah, that makes sense. Who owns HBO? AT&T? Interesting. Really, AT&T owns HBO. Oh, that's right. Now I remember some comedians talking about on HBO, kind of poking fun at AT&T for their terrible cell service, and then as an aside, and we're owned by them. All right, now the market is starting to, starting to put in a drift down here. We've got 45 minutes like this, another 4 minutes for this to close. Torch? I don't think so. I don't recall anybody talking about Torch. No, that's because, yeah, it's just under, this is not a room that we talk a lot about stocks that are under $1. Doesn't mean nobody is following it, but yeah, we just don't talk about. Surprised they probably have to do a reverse split at some point to maintain their NASDAQ listing. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in here. I will be in this marketing meeting. I'm not going. I'm not going, Thomas, but good eve to you too. All right, so I'm going to mute myself. All right, guys, I'm back just for the 20 minutes, I guess. I'll be shutting down around 3 o'clock. So, and yeah, my goodness, look at that LIZI. Tough one. Very tough one. Pop up, pop down, and now right back up. I mean, this is a gut wrencher. What has it got for resistance? So let's take a look at this one, LIZI on the monthly chart, looking left, 570. What did it get up to today? 565. So that right there, that's back in August. Back in August, so it's meeting those highs, trying to, if it gets through that, I mean, you know, there's room to 7 or so. Again, as I always say, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, looking at a weekly chart, it has room to get to this area. And there it goes. There it goes. I just wish it weren't so darn choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart. I mean, you can just, I mean, when you see topping tails and bottoming tails up, down on a 15-minute chart, now it looks good, you know, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a big bottoming tail or topping tail here also, if it sells off. Ah, I was wondering why it showed up here. Remember a long time ago, I put in a conditional buy order for this at 523. Remember I was explaining how you can do this in our simulator? And so it took the trade. It ended up taking that trade. Yeah, Holly did have a good day. I mean, they're, you know, virtually, especially this one. This one, I mean, Penn, 192, 207, 7.9. Again, this is not usual to have such a high. Well, first of all, we don't look at stocks this expensive normally, number one, but to have a percentage increase like that is amazing. But, you know, all these guys are up a little bit, varying degrees. That AdTran, now it is pulled back because this was all the way up to what, 1460 at one point. So yeah, good day. Another real cheap one. Look at these moves here. So this was right at $1. Really didn't do anything for the, you know, virtually the whole day. Even in the pre-market, nothing. And then what happened here? Right at 130, started to move a bit, and there's 10x. Yeah, I mean that's there's a 200-day moving average also for CNX, CNK 1336. Will that hold? How are you feeling about Mara these days, GKK? Same premise. I'm actually looking to get back into it now. Let's see. Last month, what did it hit here? 2406, and it is at 2412, or 2412 is the high today. Yeah, imagine if it just took. Imagine if we get a candle like this in December. Wouldn't that be awesome? Get a candle like that. That'll take us up to about right there. All right, guys, I'll just put the announcement in. Closing the room at 3. Did it have a better day than Mara? The answer is, whoa, yeah. Yeah, come on, Mara. No kidding. Well, maybe Mara's just lagging a bit for whatever reason. Yeah, you can see. I mean, look at the monthly chart for Mara compared to Riot. So, they both had the same sort of month in terms of the candle, but Riot is a little bit over here. Let's take a look again. Look at Riot. And look at its candle right there. This is, of course, this is the first 3 days of the month. So maybe Mara just has to catch up a little bit. I agree, Zach. This has been not a great trend day. I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? Yeah, of course there are always some stocks, but um, just did not see a lot that really trended well. You know, they were kind of jumpy. I mean, look at the SPY. Look at XPEV. Remember I was talking about XPEV, oh, I don't know, an hour ago? And I was kind of saying, okay, do you believe this move? Remember, you guys remember I said that? Said, yeah, you know, the big move in the pre-market, market opens down, pops up a little bit, fades back down. And I think it was right around here I said, well, do you guys believe this move? And look what's happened since. HVBTF, so foreign. Okay, let's say, I'm sure it's a pink sheet stock, but does it trade? Where is it out of? Yeah, that's what I thought. So does it trade in Toronto? Probably trades in Toronto, right? Oh, that's right. Hive blockchain. Oh, look at ACB, guys. ACB. Nice little move. Cannabis stock. Nice little move here. But again, choppy. Choppy, choppy, choppy. I mean, they don't all have to be going straight up. Don't get me wrong. But you just don't like to see, you know, this down, this down. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody said take a look at Duluth, DLTH. And the answer is, so this is an earnings play released before the market opened this morning. Here's the reaction. Well, I mean, it's not good, obviously. Fairly low float, 20 million in the float. So not a great reaction to earnings. Anything else you want me to comment on? I mean, not much. It's at the low right there, I believe, 12.17. So what did it get to? 11.97. So, there's the low looking left. It's just a little bit above that. I mean, this looks really weak. You know what? I did not realize this. Kirk was an earnings play. I wish I'd realized that. Kirk is an earnings play. Another earnings play, Signet Jewelers. How is Tiffany's doing? Oh, this is the buyout, right? Yeah. All right, guys. Questions before I leave. Choppy day, I'm sure, for it also. Yeah. I mean, look at this. Again, like a lot of the EV plays popped in the pre-market. Market opens, down, little pop up, down. Right now, I mean, I'm not in, I don't like these at all. No, they're just kind of directionless. It's just no trend, no good trend. You get days like this. I mean, you just have to sit on your hands more. Don't try to make things happen. Yeah, definitely not in the prediction business, but let's just take a look. Yeah, I mean, it did this last month, and then it pulled all the way back. And we could not find any reason for this one. Still can't find a reason for it moving higher. This is an old headline from October 22nd, but you may as well say this: stock is flying on no news. I have no idea why it's doing this. So Tony, do you have the app or are you on the web-based version? Answering somebody in the YouTube feed, are you using the web-based version or the application? Can you hear me, Tony? HFC, that's a Holly Frontier or something. Yeah, Holly Frontier. You know what? I mean, it's kind of interesting. This is its first week. Yeah, this is one I was interested in. SLRX. after this a little real cheap one through the 200 day. Well, CNK getting clobbered. Anyway, sorry, HFC. So through the 200 day yesterday, that's always a good thing. There it is, 25.98. Okay, I mean, this is just it's an energy play. It's an energy play. Do you believe it or not? Do you believe energy is going to keep going up? Okay, so Tony, you can't access it. Now, you can't access the simulator on a phone. The only way you can have our simulator is on a downloadable app right here. Okay, so sorry. JFIN. Oh, it's crazy. SLRX. I was really interested in this one to see if it took out $1 again. So great move. As far as the JFIN goes, that is one of those. That's one of the China fins, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, look. I mean, it obviously gained some traction today. What did the rest of them do? Is it kind of on its own? It's a low float, 11 million in the float. I mean, it's at the highs right there, 321. I'm sorry, 370, 365. I mean, if it can hold over these highs, next high looking left is 4, and then the magic, 474. So I mean, I don't know what you're looking at it for, like a long-term hold or just. See, all Mara had to do was catch up to Riot a little bit. Lots of volume coming into Mara also. A lot of volume. This will almost trade the float today. 20 million, 25 million. Maybe by the end of the day it'll have traded the float. Okay, yeah, John, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, guys, any other questions? I'll always stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I think I'll just wrap it up today. Hungry cat beside me. All right, I don't see any questions. Okay, guys, thanks. Thanks, dear. That's a little funny. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.